Hey, party people. I hope y'all are doing good. Hope you guys have had a good little holiday. We're going to go into the countdown and get this road. Well, get the show on the road. That part.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. How y'all doing? How is this Thursday night treating y'all? We're switching it up, guys. I guess we'll take what we can get. I barely had the energy yesterday for y'all. I was so exhausted from the runaround of the Christmas rush. And it's my sister's birthday on Boxing Day, so there's usually still a little bit of running around to do, but it's not as intense as when she was a little bit younger. So it was a 19th. Cute. I like it for her. Over here, you're sort of like legal to sort of do partying from 18. So we were just saying it's peak for those in the States because y'all got to wait till 21. Dang. But she enjoyed it. She went out for dinner with friends and we did like some cake at the house afterwards. And of course, there was tons of food from Christmas. So it was good. It was a nice little vibe. And I got to sleep in yesterday because I was exhausted. You guys, oh, thank you, Valina. You guys know I'm on Electric Life now, so everywhere I go, I have to stop and get a little charged. So I have a little bit of an obstacle added to my journey time. So I don't get home till like 2, 3 o'clock most days when I leave my house. And I don't get to where I'm going until a good 3-4 hours time. Hashtag don't get an electric car. It's a hoax, guys. Honestly, it's a whole scam. It's ridiculous. I wanted to get to class nice and early because the UK apparently is kind of like trying to do all electric by the 2030 timeline. So I was trying to get in there nice and early, but dang, they got me. Now I'm stuck in this little finance contract. Yeah, Belina, trust me, don't do it. They ain't ready. They didn't lie. Okay, I don't know what it's like where you are, but so I'll say this. Pros to it is that you do get a lot of leniencies in terms of the fact that it's economically friendly. Yes, charging is cheap, but for me, from my car, I have to charge. If I leave and go to my partner's, I have to charge to get home. Because he's like 30 miles away from me, but by the time I go down the motorway, that's like a good 50, 60 miles off the mileage. The car is like 7 years old, so the mileage is around about 90 miles. It's crazy. It's crazy. And apparently the lifespan for these are like 10 years. So I'm learning that I was a slightly too eager beaver. And I'm paying the price, but you know what it is as well, right? Sidebar. So I was on fast track to getting a good few speeding tickets. Yeah. Your girl's an adrenaline junkie out here, y'all. Now I see the old me's, like those egos driving on the roads, and I'm like, yeah. Be careful. God might just put you in an electric vehicle if you don't learn the lesson the easy way. But honestly, I've got another mate who got a couple of speeding tickets the other day and a few points on her license. So I'd rather sit the class in an electric vehicle. Thanks. That's, that's what I said. When I looked at it that way, I then started to thank the guys for this little covering because it could have been a different way. So I took heed of what God was teaching me, and your girl is sitting patiently taking her charges. Okay, it's funny. Hey, Smara. Hey, everybody. How are you guys doing? Sorry, I was like cleansing the cards and just setting the space. We haven't gotten into anything just yet, but how has the holidays been? Do we actually have a list? I think I saw something at some point before I was coming in, but then I couldn't tell, and I was like, oh, dang. I know we, oh, okay, we do have a list. Okay. Do you know what? Shout out to Gabriella because she hit me up on IG and was low-key guilt tripping me to coming in on my sister's birthday on Boxing Day. But unfortunately, she didn't know it was my sister's birthday, so it was a no-go. But I did try for y'all yesterday, but my body was like, no, girl, I need this. And then I got cute today. It's been a minute since I've like had some me time, so I done my hair, which was a good start going into 2024, meaning that we mean business, okay? And we're gonna get cute in the process too. So we do have a list, which I'm glad to see. I'm gonna just highlight the list and pop it up on screen for us guys. So this is where we are with the free list, and Ash has been nice enough to create us a standby list as well. I don't know who's here at the minute, so can I get a whoop whoop? Sorry, in the chat? Give me something, guys. Hey, how you doing? Hey, ma'am. Something. So okay, we've got okay, I knew I saw Rika at some point in the chat, but Rika's on the standby list. Oh, bummer on the situation, Rika, because I didn't actually come in on the Saturday because I was Christmas prepping as well. All of like the running around for one day, it's crazy, like on another level. So we've got Tatiana's Sun Empress, I'm assuming is Ori. Is that what? Yeah, Ari is going by Sun Empress, Lalima. We've got Kayla B, Case, Svetlana, Ash 13, Valina, Firefly Magic, and Sammy. And then let me start that so I don't lose it. Then we've got on the standby list, we do have Smara, Kayla Tillett, Rika, Mohaha, and Lady T. Okay, cool. That's where we are, guys, at the moment. Okay, baby doll face. Queen Minya. Hey, Queen. How are you doing? I need to check in with Mina and see how she's doing, actually. It's been a minute since Mina's been in the space with us, but honestly, I can understand. I'm struggling to get into the space with us, y'all. So I do get it. If it wasn't for you guys, like, hey, you know, we're like, need to come out into these YouTube streets, girl. I would literally be wrapped up in the blankets of the holidays. Okay. Oh, I did get a donation. Okay, beautiful. Thank you for the donation. I am, let's see, can we add baby doll face to the donation list? Okay, you actually put note. Okay, cool. Oh, good. Oh. But I really appreciate all the free readers you have gave me in the past. That tickled me. I was thinking Mercury retrograde really have this one. But it's funny. But yeah, I guess the party you want to be thankful for some of the free weed too, girl. That was too funny. But don't worry, Mercury's in retrograde. A lot of that is happening. Literally, my soul was like having a moment pouring out to my partner the other day, and she kept stopping me to like look at what I was like sending. And in the midst of Mercury retrograde, I still didn't see that shit. So it's okay. Don't worry. There you go. We give thanks, okay? We are probably going to update the list indeed, Ash, because there is, I don't know who would be here from the original list. I know Valina's here, I know Kay's here, I know Firefly's here, you're clearly here. Svetlana, I think I saw her on the original list. I saw Sammy on the list as well. Ari's here. I think we had the same issue last time with Tatiana and Lalima as well. I think Firefly Magic's here, right? Sorry, the incense is killing me, y'all. Kay was asking how's everybody doing. Okay, so Ash put the word out, put in hearts in the chat. We've got Ash, Queen Minya, Delina, Smara, Baby Dolls, the donation reading, Firefly, and Svetlana's here. Okay, so if we can reorganize the list, and in the meantime, in between time, baby doll face, okay, if you can pull yourself away from your roll up and type me your questions so that we can sort of put it out there and start unpacking that whilst we reorganize the list. This was the original list, just so we're clear. So whoever needs to be, reorganized accordingly. I think, again, I haven't seen Tatiana, Lalima, and Kayla. I haven't seen from the original list. So Empress, I'm not sure just yet. We're reorganizing the list to see what we've got going on. But usually we find that Tatiana and Lalima does come back eventually. Svetlana, I'm not too sure on, actually, if they sort of like come back in. Kayla B, again, not all the way 100, so there might be room to get you added in there. But let's reorganize with the people that are on the list that we've got in the chat presently. Oh, Svetlana's already here. My bad, Svetlana. Girl, I'm already starting with it. My bad, girl. Thank you. Your guides just highlighted. They're like, no. She's here. Okay, my bad, girl. I actually even like did call out your name. I remember by the green heart, and they just to clarify that as well. So forgive me. And okay, so only two people three people. I don't think I've seen Kayla B. So those are the three spots that are potentially open to those on the standby list by the time we come round to them. Yeah. Empress, I guess you can. Did Ari, hold on, let me see where is Empress. I know you're here, Kay. I know I saw you. Queen Minya. Yeah, we'll have to sort of update the list and see who's here, but we do also have a standby list as well. I don't know if you're on the standby list or not on the standby list at the minute. You could probably get added to the standby list at this rate. Dang, y'all. I thought so. I was like, did Ari update? Because it was saying Sun Empress Ari initially. Baby Doll actually did a donation, so we're going to kick off with their actual question. So they're typing that up for me nicely. Yeah. And snaps for you on the job, girl. That's for Baby Doll. Okay, snaps for you. Okay, we're going to start off with a general for Baby Doll. Let's dive into it, guys. Let me, from all that coughing, let me just wet my throat, y'all. A bit intense. Okay, so let's get a general on Baby Doll face. What do you guys sort of like need for them to know at this point? Okay, we're going to be talking about the first 8 months, basically, of 2024. That's what we're looking at. Interesting. Thank you. Oh, wow, we've got a whole story. We got a whole story, girl. Oh, okay. Interesting. You've got some big stuff ahead in 2024. Do you have any kids? That's for you, Baby Doll face. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to put this story into context because there's a lot playing out for you. Hey, Athena. Yes, you can donate. We're going to probably pop back for someone on the free list and then come through to you, but you can donate. We've got a lot going on for 2020 for you, my love. I don't. Okay, so we're going to see how the sort of the unfoldings of this kind of goes, because why I asked about children was because there was something about children or a child on your 2024 timeline. So that was interesting, which is why they were speaking to me about the first 8 months in particular, because the ending of that first 8 months is literally, it negates the rest of how 2024 unfolds for you. So this is interesting. So the thing that we're sort of like looking at is the foundations all around for you in 2024. Some of the things that you're basically going to be sort of like navigating through in the first 3 months, from what I can see with the situation, is a little bit of creative blockages. Okay, Athena, let me just, we've got some cards in reverse here as well. So I'm going to speak to you about those because, yeah, we got some stuff going down, Gora. Okay, we've got Athena's donation as well. So she's on the donation list, and I think we've got 2 spots available left on the donation list from what they're sort of like putting out there. So, and then we're sort of like done, okay, for the evening. But back into your space, my love. First 3 months of the situation, it's almost like a case of navigating through a little bit of creative blockages as well, which may cause you to regress to old behavior. I'm not going to lie. Okay, keeping it true with you. You know how it goes. So it may see you sort of like regress to these particular trigger points is working at emotional deficit, for lack of a better way of putting it, an emotional deficit that sort of occurred around about 7. So you'll be navigating through for the first 3 months. Basically, the triggers that are likely to come up is from 7-year-old self. slight feelings of insecurities may likely get triggered. So it's like, how do you navigate through disappointments? Two people in the first 3 months are going to let you down on situations where you start to question whether or not like, oh, is what I'm asking for too much? No, it's not. I guess you continue to sort of go through this whole process of like sorry, validation. I don't know why the incense is like killing me like this, guys, but yeah, you kind of go through this whole process of validation of, is what I'm asking for too much? Why are people sort of like basically failing to communicate? Because that's what it's actually, that's the real issue in the situations, because they're actually kind of like showing up a little bit like a page of swords energy in reverse, where it seems like their actions aren't aligning with their words. So kind of like behind closed doors, and in one way they're like so supportive, you know, they're saying all the right things, but when it comes time to really like show up for you, there's two people in particular where you'll kind of like the first 9 weeks you'll get a situation, and between the next 2 weeks, between 2 to 3 weeks from that situation, you'll face your other opportunity for growth. That's what we're going to call it, right? Because it's triggering sequences of your 7-year-old self that's kind of outdated, and you're getting an opportunity. These people are sort of like triggering the dynamics of undelivered promises, which is something that you actually sort of started to navigate, I want to say, since the age of 2 or 3, you started to experience that. Relationship with dad, talk to me about that, and start typing that up whilst I dive into this whole little situation. And remind me that's what I asked for, because when I'm doing this, I'm just trying to keep the channels and understand what's coming through, right? So if you start that with like relationship with dad, what that looks like, so that I can sort of like really unpack some of this for you, because this whole purpose and process is in order to get you to release certain perspectives, right? In order to be able to allow for your adult integration to sort of like take place, software updating, basically. Your adult integration needs to take place, because your 7-year-old perception on reality, or the belief system around that, is creating these perpetual cycles for you in relationships. And this is one of the things that is going to be bleeded out, if you will, in the first 3 months. So unpacking from that point onwards how things are likely to go, because that situation is a significant major arcana for you, right? We've got the star in reverse, which means that you may likely navigate through some shadow moments, you know, again, processing the disappointment. That's why I was very clear to you about what the disappointment was actually about, and where it could have been alleviated, which was communication, because that was really the issue. Their situation or circumstances changed. They weren't necessarily vocal enough to be able to alleviate the disappointment that you subsequently sort of like got as a result of them not necessarily communicating in their circumstances. I hope you stayed with me on that. I haven't talked to him, but weird situation happened with sis where he asked for my number, but she didn't give it to him. But I feel if he wanted to, he would reach out on Facebook. My brother, grandfather, different. Okay, it's different ways. Okay. Wanted to understand that a little bit, because some of that stuff is going to be getting wrapped up. So basically this dynamic kind of started around about 2 to 3 years old. I don't know what the situation was in terms of like growing up with dad being consistent, but I'm seeing him as an inconsistency in your life, basically patent, which is a part of the struggle with relationships, if you will. You kind of want it, but there's an underlying fear of commitment there as well, which you think, no, I really actually want commitment. But honestly, the 7-year-old, there's a significant trauma at 7 pertaining to that dynamic. Okay. Never was locked up for 13 years at age 10. Okay. There was a significant trauma that happened at 7. And when did he start sort of like going into the system before then? Because I sense that things actually started 3 years before then, and then 9 became a situation for you. And then obviously he got sent away at 6. Okay, so that makes sense. At 7, that's when this dynamic, basically this perpetual inconsistency started. So pretty much you're getting a software update from that 7-year-old self, like what happened. Basically 6-year-old self no longer existed. It just wasn't a situation. From 7 onwards, you became you were a new version of yourself. You vibrated differently. There were different emotional states within your vessel. That was basically, it was like a housing, festering, basically a fear of abandonment. And that is actually what the commitment issue, it's an amalgamation. I don't know how to put it. Well, I guess I did just put it, but it is an amalgamation of the two that is kind of like, it's a very stormy sea for you when it comes to relationships. The fear of abandonment, then subsequently kind of being tied in with the fear of commitment because of the fear of being abandoned. Then in between that, as a bit of a crutch, the thing that kind of like is a bridge between that amalgamation of the two, which is like a mirror where you get to see, I guess, yourself on either side of these behaviors, is self-sabotage. It's weird, I guess. Your neuro is wired a certain way. And I think that the first 3 months are going to be a little bit interesting. You're going to get some spice and flavor, okay? Week 9 to week 11. And then going into the dynamics, there's a potential situation, romantically speaking, as well. Are you in a situation at the minute romantically? Because I get the sense that's hella complicated. I get the sense that's hella complicated. Okay, right. So reason why I say that's hella complicated, you don't seem to actually have, okay, you don't have a physical person, but you have some sort of tie with potentially left daughter for, okay, so he's holding on to you. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Because I'm seeing a emotional crutching. It's kind of like a clawing on your energy type thing. And clearly you're in resistance to that. So that's interesting. The dynamic of what's actually going to be playing out. So after navigating through those 3 months, I guess your vibration dips. So you go through a descent initially, and you go through a little bit of an ascension point after that fact, right? And then you're able to sort of like call in a relationship dynamic, if you will, a couple of months from that. So roughly around about another 7 to 8 weeks from that point, there is, I guess, a potential romantic situation there. That situation gets really complicated very quickly, however. I'm seeing something here about a third child. And that's why I asked about the kid situation, because it was specifically about a third. So when you kind of like said that you've already got two, I'm like, okay, cool. There might be a situation, I guess, of a soul trying to come through during next year's timeline as you kind of like shift. So I think from what I'm sensing is occurring in this dynamic, basically, is that the shift that you do in the first few months also creates space. It almost reserves space because there's lesser trauma basically, and it's almost like this soul trying to come through. Their assignment dictates that you need to be at a certain place vibrationally speaking in terms of your emotional capacity. I don't know the relationship dynamic, but I guess things move really quickly in that situation. So be mindful, I guess, is what I'd say, in terms of like a bit of a summer fling, romance, whatever it is, because it may just be one of those situations that is not just a fling, or it's not just what happens here stays here. What happens here might just go home with you, girl. So be mindful. I want to say particularly sort of like around month 7. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to sort of like, this is just a forewarning, I guess, to let you know that there is a third there that is, I guess, there's a time on that third. There's a time on that third child coming through, I guess. And those are some of the things that kind of comes up next year, I guess, in discussion with this person that's going to be sort of like coming in. So if it's not something that, because I get from what I saw in the conversation, like your thing was you need a lot more stability to be like going off what is being said in the moment, because I feel like they're sort of like almost presenting this conversation, the person who comes in, and it's almost like, yeah, I'm gonna need something more than your words on this. So there's a little bit of discrepancies and disagreements about situations, and it's really sort of like a test of faith for you at this point in terms of like how you navigate the situation when it comes to that. Yes, I need really thing or nothing at all. I need action. No, and I hear you. I hear you. And I think that those are some of the things that you're going to be navigating through. I think that this person, however, right, they too have their own dynamics of like broken family situations. And I think that that's why they're almost so, I won't say desperate, but they're ready, I guess, to the point of desperation, to be able to sort of like set their own precedent on what family dynamics look like, because they don't necessarily feel that they've like fully experienced that. And I think they see some of that within you as well, I guess, your desire for that as well. And I guess you guys kind of connect on that. That value in essence. But it's interesting because towards the latter part, I guess, of this situation, we've got all internalized energy, which means that your communication on these things is pretty crucial. Like, they may be the type of person to kind of like low-key try and wear you down. They might be very persistent. The way in which you manage their enthusiasm is going to be important to how you guys kind of like navigate through the conversation in essence, right? Because they're overzealous about it, and that's low-key coming basically from a wounded place, and manifesting never really ends well when it's coming from a shadow. Basically, it comes with its own like midst of chaos. So yeah, you guys will definitely be sort of like having and hashing out some of those tough conversations. And I guess you'll be sort of like navigating through a little bit of a career move as well in the midst of all of this chaos as well. And those are some of the things that I guess, will be at the forefront of your mind as you're navigating through some of these difficult conversations, I guess, trying to figure out what you want versus where you still need to grow, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I hope you were able to sort of like catch in on all of that there. Beautiful, because there was quite a bit in there. Okay. Yes, want to start my baking / party planning business up, but don't have the time or I don't make time. Thank you. Okay. Holding yourself accountable. You got the time, girl. Okay. You here. That's what they tell me. Do you know what? Girl, my life can be very messy too. That's why I love me some lay down in bed and YouTube, okay? And they let me know. I see my granny all the time. And she be there like, you could have been doing this and you could have been doing that. So I'm like, okay. And then I'll take 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes to an hour and go and do like what I'm supposed to be doing. And then I come back to my little YouTube space just to sort of like declutter, just so that you know. Okay. So yeah, that part. I would say like with that, it's just a case of balancing. If you got free time, balance out that free time a little bit, an hour out of it to just do something or at least prep something, then you'll be able to kind of, get the ball rolling on stuff. I think Ari is actually next on the free list, and then we're going to come back to you, Athena. Okay. Yeah. Did we update the list? I don't think we did update the list. No, I don't think we did manage to get back to an updating of the list. But we do have the original list and the standby list. But yes, beautiful. That's what I'd say. There's some stuff, there's some changes that's going to be sort of taking place in terms of like career dynamic and leveling up as well there. But I think the home situations probably the most important, I guess, because again, that's kind of like how these things work, right? Important and urgent. That's how God works, if it's important and urgent, basically. Hey SB, that's my initials. I think the free list is closed. I'm assuming, right? Because we've got a free list and we've got a standby list. There's a few people that isn't on the free list, but the standby list is got enough, I guess, for them to be able to be taken. No, Tatiana's not here, so unfortunately we've missed her again, I'm afraid, but we're doing Baby Doll Face, who is a donation. Okay. So we're going to go on to question number 2. I'm going to just get a quick little advice on what's the best advice for you in navigating Baby Doll Face. What's the advice for Baby Doll Face in navigating those crucial 8 months of 2024? Maintain that queen. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I think the list is closed, my love, my YouTube account. I think the list is closed. A couple of things, but sorry. Yeah, because we've got Baby Doll Faces. Okay, here we are with the updated list. Okay, there we are. There we are with the list. So yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna start that ASAP before I lose it. I'm afraid that is the list, my YouTube account. Yeah, free list is closed. I think we've got 2 spots on the donation list at the minute, and then that's going to be closed as well. Advice for you is that there will be some tensions, there will be some disagreements, I guess, with all the like burden that you're sort of like carrying, right? But I guess, advice for you is to stay focused on the vision, because there's a lot of burden, it's a lot of hard work, but you will get the achievements that you're sort of looking for, provided that you're able to kind of like, because what I'm seeing is that the fool card is in reverse. So again, we're dealing with a major arcana situation as far as you being able to sort of like, take this new path or take this new journey. You're still, I guess, from what I can see with the fool being in reverse, you're still not all the way there within these 8 months. So there's still a few things that you probably are navigating through, a few battles, I guess, that you're navigating through, some internal, some external. But by month 7, you have a little bit of an epiphany to be able to help you steergate things, and it speeds up, I guess, everything that you didn't do in the first 7 months, basically. But go on and start like getting information and stuff and prepping and planning. Okay, that part. We're gonna go. I think you said technically the donation was actually for one question. I'm gonna let you off because you've got a couple of stuff, I guess, that you've got here. Because PayPal sort of like dips and takes their own sort of stuff, but you're good. Don't worry, beautiful. I'm gonna dive into that question. Let me just clear up the space for you and wet my throat because I am parched. I'm telling you, I don't know how you guys have found it, but I've been particularly dehydrated over this like period. I'm gonna pop the next question up and we're gonna dive into this, mama. Okay. I know I have to move in the future due to the problem with building management and neighbors. I just don't know if I was, sorry, I'm like navigating through Mercury retrograde at its finest, forgive me. I just don't know if it was the problem or if I want to fix that so I don't bring it with me. Okay, so I just don't know if I was the problem. If I want to fix that so I don't bring it with me in my new place. Okay, I think I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay, sometimes my dyslexia has me thrown. But I think I'm with you. So you're saying that obviously you're looking to move and there's like issues. Sometimes these things aren't necessarily with you per se. This is actually their issue. This stuff doesn't seem like you per se. This seems environmental. The building management, here people have lots of issues with like their housing association and stuff like that. It's a systematic thing. There's like demons and gremlins all through the systems of those things, when it comes to the logistics of business, depending on how the business is set up. So that may be down to where the owner of said building has actually decided to cut corners and they're having to basically pay for the consequences of that. So that's not you. Neighbors, that's their internal attitude issues. What I would say to you is, oh, interesting. Let's get a read on it. Let's get a read and see on the situation. Sorry. No, girl. We've been going back and forth for 3 years. Got a lot with the neighbors. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. You are good. Okay. God is amazing. Okay, let's have a look and see, like, what do you guys sort of advise on the moving situation? What do you advise on the moving situation? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Not bad. For the most part, they said, if anything, the dynamics that you've got going on is they're sort of like setting you up for the out, basically. So I think you are wanting to move and have been wanting to move. When did you decide that you wanted to move? Because I think that this has been ongoing for a while, and they're saying that the situation, the circumstances at the minute is almost like karma sort of like setting itself up for some good favor for you. That's kind of like the undertone, but it comes with, you know, karma in essence. So again, like the building management places where they've decided to cut corner, Saturn's asking them to be able to, I guess, like be held accountable in those places and actually grow. So that doesn't have anything to do with you. The neighbors, they've got their own stank attitude issues. Again, that has nothing to do with you. I guess it's more a case of how you respond to these types of energies type thing. Yeah, I think it's more a case of how you actually I think you mean not welcome. Yeah, I figured you meant not welcoming community at all. I figured. Okay, so for the most part, this situation with the housing, they're kind of, again, giving you an insight into a little bit of what you do and don't want. In terms of the next place that you're manifesting, really take your time and set your intentions on some of the aspects that you learned about during this particular living situation, right? You know, making sure that it's an environment where the neighbors are friendly enough. I'm not really like, even though I said that in my manifestation and all of that kind of, I'm really not the friendly type of neighbor. So technically they are friendly to each other, just not to me because I can't give that energy, so I can't receive it. I really don't care. I'm just here to pay my bills and live my life. So yeah, just gonna put it out there. Okay, if there's anything that you are putting on that list, be ready and willing to like reflect it in order for it to manifest like actually towards you and for you, right? Because I do have a good relationship with my neighbors downstairs because we have a mutual understanding, basically, you know, which is we leave each other alone and we check in as and when we need to. And that's it. You know, it works for me. I really can't do the whole fake stuff. So, me too, yes, I say to myself, so I don't know where the problem came from. Well, like I said, with the neighbor situation, they themselves actually have like a stank attitude issue. So that had nothing to do with you. And then with the other dynamic with the building management, that's just where they've decided to sort of cut corners. So that's their karma sort of like paying up. So that dynamic isn't necessarily anything to do with you. That's literally karma handling the situation. You need to be out. These situations are giving you your reasons as to why you can get out. And it's kind of like encouraging you to sort of like set the scene for these types of dynamics moving forward. Like, how would you want to counter these dynamics moving forward? Most time I gotta go pee and want to get in my house. Yeah. My alarm's about to start going off and doing like a crazy madness. Yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. That's gonna intercept my channels whilst I'm channeling. So I'm gonna go and sort that out, guys. Bear with me. But hold that thought. I'm gonna actually close out the space and ask for the advice for you on the moving situation, actually. What do you guys advise our girl to do with the moving situation? What do you guys advise our girl to do with the moving situation? As clearly as you can, guys. as clearly as you can. As clearly. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, what they're sort of like saying on this particular situation in terms of like working your light, it's a case of aligning your life. Okay. So, literally in terms of the environment that you are in right now, it's a case of looking around and seeing what is no longer in alignment with who you truly are. What are some of the aspects of the situation that is no longer in alignment with who you truly are? One of the things for me was that I needed to get out of the hustle and bustle in London, and I knew that I didn't necessarily want to be in Romford because that as a town is also just as busy. So I had to go a little bit further out as well. I still live close enough to all of these places, but I'm not in the mix of these places because I couldn't handle the energies of the constant go, 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 go. It was just constant spirits all the time. So being where I am now. So those are some of the things that you think about basically. Okay, if I want peace of mind, where is a location that is quiet enough, that is financially feasible enough for me to be able to obviously get my foot in the, like, just little things that you can do to really align basically your next living situation with who you are today, as opposed to who your circumstances dictated you had to be then when you got into this situation. Do you see what I'm saying? You took the time whilst you've been there, you've grown a lot, like you've come into your own power in a lot of different ways. And now it's time to kind of utilize that moving forward, is what they're saying with the situation. um, this isn't about how you're being called to step up and lead externally. There's more of an internal dialogue that you'll be sort of like having with yourself. How would you like to step up and lead yourself in this next direction that you're sort of like heading into, and what does that look like? And it's really a case of like some of the things that may have light you up before isn't necessarily who you are today, basically. And I think it's a case of finding the right environment which complements who you are today. And that's what they're sort of like putting across. I think you are indecisive about this decision as well. I'm not going to lie to you. That's what I see. I think that that's a part of what keeps you there. Because you asked about what it is that you're doing to also sort of like if there's anything that you are doing to be a part of the problem. Your indecision's what's keeping you there. So make the decision, commit to the decision, find the right place that gives you comfort in making the decision, and execute, babe. Okay, execute. On that note, I'm gonna go and sort out the alarm. I'll be back. Sorry, y'all. Where were we? Bye, baby doll face. Okay. Thank you. I've got to go get ready for work soon. Okay, go on. Go on. Sorry, Ari. She's on the donation list. So they do take priority. And she can't wait. But hopefully dinner was nice. What do you have for dinner, girl? I had me some of my mama's Christmas food. I had me some oxtail and curry goat. Okay, and I fried me some plantains and made some fresh rice, and yeah, it was lit. Nice and easy. All good, all good. Ari, we're going to come back to you and then we'll just dive into free list is closed, my love. We are full on the free list. That is the free list. We've got Athena going next off the donation list, and we're going to be diving into the free list. Hey, Chaley, I sensed you 3 minutes ago. Sensed you 3 minutes ago, babe. How are you doing, my love? I owed you a donation reading from a minute ago as well, because you didn't get your reading. So I can add that to the list because your guides told me from last time too. My question is, does my partner still have any feelings for me? I feel like the relationship is dying. Oh, damn, girl, not dying. Shit. Yes. No, you can, Shaylee, you can. Your guides already came and told me that I might see you in this one. That's why I literally 3 minutes ago, I was asking them, where's Shaylee? Obviously, guys, you see me have dialogue with you guys outside, but I literally am here and in my mind. Look, I'm having a whole dialogue at the minute with myself. Y'all can't hear that, but no, seriously. Your guides visited me maybe 2 days ago and told me that you'd be coming into tonight's session. So that's why I was like, where's Charlie? It was good. Christmas was good and exhausting. It's good and exhausting. I was telling everyone about my electric car problems. But we are, yeah. Oh no, sorry. I'm gonna pop you on Shaylee. Don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna sort of like after Ari, because I'm gonna go into I just popped Ari after this little donation. Athena. Oh, there we go. I showed the wrong question, girl. My bad. It's all becoming. Oh, it's nice to have you with us, girl. Okay. Listen, how was your Christmas? How was it for you this year? I'm so like glad that 2023 is kind of like winding down. There was just so much this year. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is our last one for 2023 as well, guys. We're going to go into 2024 and then be like, bam. Yeah. Sorry, Majestic Love. Tune in 2024. We'll be out here. We'll be out here in these YouTube streets. Oh, babe, why is it sad? Why is it sad? Type in the chat, Chaley. I'm going to get on with Athena's reading because she's got to get to work. But we'll dialogue. My question is, does my partner still have any feelings for me? I feel like the relationship is dying. I just had to read that again. And then we moved on to, we had a conversation about him not initiating intimacy, and he avoided the question, giving 3 excuses. Can you see what's going on with him? Well, let's go and have a look and see. Thank you for the insight a little bit there as well, because we are navigating through breakup season. So it's natural that you'd ask, to be fair. It's just a season where the relationships take a little bit of extra work, a lot of extra work, actually. Oh, that's no fun, Shaylee. Not even a phone call. Well, Merry Christmas, belated. I don't even know if that's a thing I've been saying to people. Yay. Good to know that you're still here as well. Okay, don't worry. We're still diving into some stuff. Let's see what's going on with Athena's partner in terms of their relationship stance. trauma, hopelessness, torment. Okay. Navigating through some feelings of despair. Yeah, I just saw that. Why? What's going on with that? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just like putting the whole little picture together. Okay, so it's not major, it's a little wound. Okay. So by the looks of it, they were just trying to avoid conflict in a situation when it comes to the conversation, I guess, that you guys had. I think for them, I'm not going to lie, they themselves are navigating through a little bit of lack of clarity on the situation. So they can't necessarily give you what it is that you're sort of looking for in terms of the clarity that you're looking for. Because I don't think, I'm going to say this, their feelings have changed, but it's not because of you and it's not necessarily because of the relationship as such. I think that they're just going through their own internal like conflict with whether or not they're in a position to even be in relationship. They're just a little bit low in their vibration at the minute. I think they're navigating through a little bit of depression. It's manageable. I don't know if you've noticed, but they've become a little bit withdrawn in general. They don't really have as much opinions as they once used to on things. They are navigating through this internalizing process that they're going through at the minute, and I don't know why. I don't know why he's internalizing, to be fair. Yeah. Let's get a little bit of clarity on the internalizing situation because he is navigating through some manageable depression, my love. He's managing it, which means like basically he's masking it, but he's not actually managing, he's not dealing with the actual issue basically that is causing said depression. Hey, my love. I think you had previously asked a question, I'm assuming. The free list is closed at the minute. I think we've only got one more availability on the donation list, and I think that that's because Shirley was going to be coming in tonight. I think that's why I was actually allowed to 4 spots on the donation list tonight, to kind of allow room for everything to kind of unfold. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you left a message previously where I missed your reading. The name Jason somehow rings in my psyche as something that was prior to now. Sorry, Athena. Going back to the situation, we're going to have a little look and see what's clarified the Five of Cups energy here for me. Okay. Why the sadness? Thank you. No, I figured as much, girl. Mercury retrograde's doing the most at the minute. Don't worry about it. I figured. Okay. Okay. What happened here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of like I said, I think he's not necessarily where he wants to be in just in other aspects of his life situation. I don't think that he's like ready, I guess, as much as he wants to. I think he's feeling a little bit of guilt, I guess, as well, about not necessarily, it's almost like the way that I'm sort of like sensing it, it's almost like feeling like, oh, I can't necessarily give her what she needs. I'm not necessarily in a position to be able to like do for her. She deserves so much. So the situation is more a case of him dealing with accepting his now situation in terms of where he is. Um, yeah. And I think that the what he's doing with the shutting down and the withdrawing, that's a little bit of a self-sabotage. It's kind of like a self-preservation thing. It's almost like, I guess, if his energy is scattered enough and you decide to leave, then that validates this feeling. That is the thing. I know, beautiful, but that's the reality. That's how he feels. That's how he feels. Okay. It's not you. It's something that he has to navigate through. What's the dynamic with you? Why does what's the self-worth thing? Because he seems to be like really, really depleting his self-worth. I mean, it's pretty low. No offense. I'm just saying, like, the way in which he sees himself in value, the self-worth is actually a lot. No, and I don't think he wants you to leave him either. I think it's just something that he does as a way to be able to protect himself because he actually has a low self-worth situation that he's navigating through. What's his dynamic with mum? How is mum in terms of like her ability to kind of like encourage him? Help me to understand just his finances. I think it comes from childhood. Okay. Okay. So I'm trying to understand why. I did understand that his financial clock, basically, just like women have a body clock, men have a finance clock. These are the financial and biological pressures of society projected on us. Okay, different factors. His mom is overseas and she's sick at the minute. Okay, okay, because I'm trying to understand this low self-worth thing in terms of how that translates into how he's showing up. Okay, he's not able to do enough as well for mom. Because for men, the first place, just like for females, the first place we learn like relationship with the opposite sexes with our parents, right? And obviously with his mom, um, he would learn as well just where his values are. And she kind of always plays victim from even before. Okay, good, because what I'm seeing, not good as in that's what she does. You're just validating things that they're basically sort of like putting across to me, like this is where his low self-worth comes from. That's why I asked about mom in particular, right? Because that was one of the things that they were sort of like showing me with mom, and that's why I was going into the emotional husband dynamic, which a lot of the times that happens with sons, which depletes their self-worth because they can never be what the woman basically is. Mum in relationship? Let me ask you that actually. Is mum in relationship? Do you know? Because one of the things that they're showing me in the situation, Like when he would ring her, even in the past, she was always having issues financially, etc. Yeah. And that's the thing. He would always feel like what he's doing isn't necessarily enough, basically. And again, these are basically symptoms of, yes, with his dad. Okay. These are generally sort of like symptoms of dynamics of, I don't want to call it emotional incest, but it's just kind of what happens basically when there are places in relationships where the partners can't necessarily pick up their part or play their part, and then some of that weight falls on the children basically to be an emotional crutch, be an emotional support, all of that type of stuff with the dynamics. So unfortunately, his self-worth situation's been developing since he was 5, to be honest with you, my love. So it's pretty drastic in terms of how far and how deep this goes. This is why, like, when you try and speak to him about it and you're kind of like providing reassurance to him, it's deeper than his now self. Like his 5-year-old self has to hear that. Because he got into an emotionally incestuous relationship with mom and wanting to be able to assist her in her emotional incapacitation. I don't know how else to put it. Like just times where mom wasn't able to pull herself together, times where mom was clearly playing victim. And he received some of that, and he was never going to be able to take her out of that. He was a child. There's nothing that he could have done. There's nothing he should have done. But for some reason, that's generally how their dynamics tends to sort of like play out. Okay, let's go and dive into this, because he's kind of like doing a little bit of self-sabotage situation unconsciously, which is what the withdrawing is, because he's having this internal dialogue about where, why, and how he's not worthy. Let's have a little look and see then what the advice is for you on how to navigate the situation. What do you guys sort of like advise with the situation with the mister? Thank you. Is that why when I cry, if he upsets me, he totally shuts down? Then I feel he is a jerk. Yeah. It's one of those things where like his 5-year-old self still didn't know how to process that shit, to be honest with you, girl. Just gonna keep honest with you. That 5-year-old inside of him, whatever that situation was that mom was so distraught about at 5, I don't know if they ever even really spoke about it to really unpack it, because he's still, I guess, like, I want to say trapped. I guess that's definitely a place his soul got fragmented and stunted at the age of 5. In terms of his ability to handle certain emotional unraveling, basically. For the most part, like he's actually very calm when a person, you know, gets emotionally erratic, which is a little bit disconcerting at the same time as well. But that is due to that distortion, I guess, that he's experiencing. His soul is missing, if you imagine, right? Like, because we want to come to a relationship whole, but shit, by the time a lot of us get there, even in our early 20s, like so much of us is fragmented in so many different places. It's hard for us to come whole. Okay, we come as the best we can find in that moment, and we grow from there. With the situation, because of the dynamics that he's kind of navigated through, it's kind of set him on a certain perception of himself, and he replays it, and he's almost on a loop of it, from that 5-year-old boy, which is so sad because that software hasn't been updated since. How old is he now, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, let me know how old he is. What they're saying in terms of this is 35. Okay, so it's been a good 3 decades. Wow. Okay. Okay, good timing to be able to sort of like release this. Um, okay. So this is the thing. When he has the conversations with you about like the finance stuff, like what's your response? Because I get the sense that you don't mean to be dismissive, but you come across that way in the response. Because I know it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to him. So that's where it feels a little bit dismissive. But it's not intentional. Yeah, I got to ask that question just so that I can give you like the playback into how to sort of like navigate that little situation. Because what I'm seeing, yeah, I know, but then it comes off a little bit dismissive, beautiful, because you don't care about these things, but he does. It's kind of like as a woman, how you've got a body clock, and if you were to start speaking about your body clock, and he's like, "I don't care, I love you anyways," you'd feel a little bit like it's being dismissive to your circumstances. He knows that you love him anyways, but I think at the same time, it is a real issue for him. And until that issue is no longer an issue for him, because for some reason, this is where he's wrapped up all of his self worth. Again, societal projections. It's not real. It's not even actually a thing. But the way that society has basically, put these pressures, particularly on men, as the providers on certain things, it's a lot more challenging and complex than, oh, I don't care, unfortunately. Because society tells him that who he is isn't good enough without these things. So he's navigating through those pressures. Yeah, because I'm not stressing about money. I think we both got jobs and a roof over our heads. There are people in worse situations out there, 100% beautiful, 100%. But I think he also wants to be able to provide a better situation for you as well. And I think that's where he beats himself up a little bit. So again, this really has nothing to do with you genuinely. This is more about him. I think if anything, he's scared that he is actually going to, like, his worst nightmare is going to manifest itself, which is that he does actually push you away with this behavior that he's navigating through because he doesn't want to, but he also he doesn't want to settle, I guess. And I think that this somehow feels to him like this is him holding himself accountable by the way that he is beating himself up about the situation. What I would say as well, in terms of like their advice to you on what to do with the situation, they're showing me that with this one, it's not necessarily about strength. If anything, this one's about vulnerability because you are going to experience some creative blockages. And the only way for those blockages to be able to sort of like be encouraged to come up and out is by holding spaces and windows and moments of vulnerability, which that in essence will also seem like it's coming at the most inconvenient times. And it's like, oh, do we have to do this now? Do we need to have this conversation right now? We've got this to do. I've got here to get to, all of these types of things. So you have a few of those ahead. But at the same time, the attachment that you guys have will actually help with some of the healing from the past, right? Okay, so it's not that he's not into me anymore or he's talking to other women. No, I don't see a situation of a third party thing. Let's have a little look. No, I don't see a situation of a third party dynamic going on here. What I do see, however, is that he is dealing with some internal battles on certain situations that he actually still needs to navigate through. And I think the releasing financial constraints is like the biggest thing that is basically weighing on his libido, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, there's something going on at the minute with divine masculines in preparation for 2024 because their financial clocks are ticking as well. And there's lots of opportunity on the 2024 timeline to welcome the 2025 trajectory. So there's just something in their blood at the minute that's urging them to change. This is just his process. The depression is supposed to encourage him to overcome whatever he's navigating through right now financially. The depression was supposed to help him identify, okay, how can I get out of this? What is something that I can do to position myself differently moving forward in the 2024 timelines? And like the stars and the alignments of the opportunities next year would kind of encourage momentum for certain things, right? Yeah, so what you can do to sort of like help and encourage with this is assisting him in finding something that he actually wants to do that could potentially be lucrative for him, something that he could be passionate enough about to develop it as a business. Because again, lots of millionaires are going to be born in 2024. They achieve the millions in 2024, but they will be birthed in 2024, and they will, some will have longevity situations, others will have millions within 3 to 4 years. And some will be en route to billions basically within their lifetime, because God's doing something with the generational wealth development system in the karmic ethers, basically, where it's like spiritual reparations, where karma, certain lineages are due certain lineages are due certain reparations. So the generations that are present now, they're being blessed based on the work that the ancestors prior to them had done to be able to recoup certain things, because finally the stars have aligned for certain karmic unfoldings in some of these situations moving into 2024. So get him inspired, beautiful. Like, what he's navigating through is actually motivation, right? He's just basically working on developing some of the intrinsic motivation, which is internal motivation, right? But he might need some of the external motivation. So he might need a little bit of an extrinsic task to focus on. So what is the thing that he's interested in? What is some of the things that could potentially make him money? Because I'm going to be honest with you, beautiful, he's never going to be happy with just you. This is a him thing. This is something that he's not happy with within himself in terms of where he's at in his own life, and that's just what it comes down to. So yeah, I think if you can get him focused on something that he could potentially do, where you can see the benefits in him being able to make money from that, and even better if it's something that you guys can actually sort of like do and get it together, is something that would kind of like help him to overcome this depression that he's managing, because he's managing it very well. Actually, it's more like a 7.9, this depression that he's navigating. He's just holding himself together, but really on the inside he's breaking down, just keeping it all the way true with you. Like, mentally he's not really there. That's what a lot of this withdrawal is, because he's actually trying to figure it out. So a lot of the times he's not present, because in his mind he's elsewhere trying to navigate the situation. Okay. But yeah, you guys do actually navigate through. Yeah, he does put up a good front, right? A very good front, because it's heavy. The depression is heavy, actually a lot heavier than he's letting on. But help him out with a vision that he can actually execute for 2024, and he might get some enthusiasm back in his step a bit. He's just like scattered and his energy's all over the place at the minute. He needs some direction. Yeah. he needs some direction with what he's looking to do and how he's going to be doing things. And I think that you're a great partner to assist with directing the energy. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just going back in to check and see if there's anything final on the cards. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Another thing as well, dead these whole third party stories that you tell yourself and stop projecting that on him as well. I'm sure that doesn't necessarily help. Just final thing to put that out there on the situation for you. Okay. I just get confused as to what is exactly, because he doesn't open up. So I'm left wondering, and I get that. He does internalize a lot. Like I said, he's dealing with the 7.9, like depression, internal quaking, but he's literally just holding himself together. So I can imagine, but encourage him to speak. I know that you do already. Just the thing about it is, like, there's no room for him to ever have feelings, especially in the dynamics with mom as well, because mom's always the one with feelings and only her feelings matter. So sometimes he struggles. Yeah, I had to put that out there because they're like, stop projecting that onto him because you wouldn't like it if you were to actually manifest it. And your tongue's powerful. He's already dealing with low self-worth, which means that the devil can basically draw him in his crux, I guess, through his insecurities. Just wrong moment type thing. So just dead those stories for a minute, like put that shit on the shelf, okay? Because it's not going to serve you guys in terms of like what you guys are navigating through. But having conversations and letting him know that it's okay for him to have feelings as well, and that his feelings matter and that his feelings count, because basically, like I said, mom's feelings is the only feelings that have ever really mattered. So like articulating his own feelings can take some time to actually like derive at the dialogue on how to be able to articulate what he's feeling. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, girl, because there was a lot in there. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay. I think Ari's before UK, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back to the list that, yeah, we've got Ari and then we've got Kay, and then we'll be able to sort of move from there. Okay, let's have a little look-see. Oh, I love you too, girl. Snap. Thank you for like coming into this space and just chopping it up with us and, you know, just hanging out as we go into the 2024 timelines, yo. I'm telling you. 2027 is actually the realty. Like everybody, don't get me wrong, even for myself, like I keep banging on about 2025, but spirits have said to me, like, y'all don't even know 2027 is the realty. Like that's really where like the changes, like really like everything that's happening right now is the cleanup. Like this is like the cleanup to a lot of shit. 2027 is really when like the changes actually like we're experiencing it, and I'm excited. Anyways, y'all, let's go and get into it. All right, girl, give me your question, throw it at me, and let's go and unpack it. So we're going to go and dive into the free list. We've got Ari. Then I'm going to go back to Jaylee. I think you're still in the chat, my love. I do owe you a donation reading from before. Okay, Shay has just donated, and that is the final donation reading. After this, the donations are closed. Okay, JT, I got you. I got you. Okay, so we're going to do Ari, then we're going to do Chaley, and then we're going to do Kay's question, and then we're going to come to your question, Shay. Okay, I'll do my best to kind of, yeah, that was the last slot as well on the donation list. So well done, you. Here we are. Okay, so let's go and get into it, shall we? Let's see Ari's question. Oh, dang. Sorry. I just got the ring light there. Okay. What happened to the other job, girl? Will I already have a job before my birthday comes? So I can go to either of these malls. One is an hour away, the other is in Philly. Okay. I like the Philly one for you. Okay, it's funny. Yeah. That seems a little bit more probable on your timeline, my love, for next year, the Philly one. Also, if you can go into, or if you want to, can you see which mall I should go for my birthday? Yeah, the Philly one. The timeline on that, like, that's your path of least resistance, basically. Sounds interesting considering the other one. How far is the Philly one away? And the reason why I say that it's the path of least resistance, the other one's actually probably easier to get to, more than likely. But this one, it seems like there's a level of desire for it, basically, which is strong, which makes it a lot more highly probable. Yeah, I know you don't mind. I know you don't mind. I know. Yeah. I know you don't mind. That one, because of the desire, I think is actually looking like it's more probable, which means that it's more likely to happen just because of some of the things that you do want to sort of experience for B-Day. So yeah, I think those experiences happen for the Philly Mall. But let's go and dive into it about the job situation, right? Okay. Ari wants to know about the job situation by birthday. What can we see going on in that space for her? Oh, thank you. Okay. No, I feel like you might get a job pretty soon as well. I actually think the job situation is definitely on the cards. It's funny because the way that they've actually put it is two major arcanas. I've got the Chariot in reverse, which means that you'll definitely be weighed down, but it's like a spiritual renewal at the same time, because we've got the star on the bottom of the deck, which means that it's kind of like a blessing basically being answered at the same time, like wishing on a star type thing, and that in itself manifesting itself, but it comes with its own challenges of being super weighed down. So responsibilities, that's what that would be, right? Let's see, can we get a timeline on that, guys? Do we have a timeline on that? Would you be so nice enough Do we have a timeline on the job situation, guys? Yes. Okay. Oh. Well, give me a timeline on when you see that. Thank you. Hey, Crow's Nest. The free list and donation list is actually closed. Beautiful. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, both lists are closed. I literally just got the last donation in from Shay. I'm going to be following up on Chaylee's previous donation request that was missed. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's the hubby. Sorry, y'all. Like, at this point, we see each other when we see each other. So we got to take the calls when we get the calls, okay? Manifesting on these timelines is a little bit hectic. They're not necessarily giving me a definitive timeline because they're being cheeky, and I know they're being cheeky because we were having like telepathic communication in the process of all of this. But I think I see something sort of like developing for you in the job space. I want to say it's between the last week of Jan to the second week of Feb that I see something potentially sort of like developing in that space. I know that you're sort of on it at the minute, but it seems like things actually materializing and manifesting, it happens after the Mercury retrograde and the post shadow period. So yeah, they weren't. They weren't literally. I was like asking him about my great granny, she right here, and I was like, yo, really ain't gonna give me like a timeline? And they said to me, they were like, no, but just know she's going to be improving the health of the situation in the meantime, because basically when I was looking at it, I initially was sort of like seeing like mid Feb where things like I saw you basically getting up to go to work. But I think it's one of those things, it's kind of like one of those situations where the job situation comes in when you least expect it. So I think it's one of those things where I guess your guides want it to be a surprise moment. So that's why they didn't necessarily want to share the timeline situation. But shit, life is hard enough as it is, okay? I don't know why they like to keep surprises. I tell them all the time, I hate surprises, okay? Do not surprise me. I like to know, okay? But no. Yeah, from what I see with the job, it's not a full-time contract as such, because I see you actually still having like 3 days. But it's a better situation for you in terms of like consistency with the job. Yeah. What happened to the previous job though, babe? Did we not get another job? I think you did at some point, no? Or am I sort of like mixing that up? But let's close out the space for you and see in terms of the guidance. All right. What is the guidance then for Ari navigating the workspace situation, guys? What do y'all say? What do you advise? Thank you. break the chain. Okay. Interesting. They're saying with the work situation, you're kind of rewriting your own future. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, girl. I'm probably going to go live at some point in the new year because I'm going to have my nephews the first weekend of Jan. So I'm probably going to miss you guys then. And I'm working till like 10 p.m. all that week as well, the first week of Jan. So I'm probably not going to get to see you guys then. It's probably going to have to be the week after that I'm able to come into this space with you guys. So we're looking at basically maybe the 12th of Jan before I'm sort of like back in these streets. I might come in a little bit sooner, maybe, depending on how I feel after navigating an exhausting week of finishing up work at 10 p.m. and having my nephews for the weekend. So yeah, I might need a day or two to sleep that off. I don't know if you guys have realized my eyebrows have raised in the realization. Because that's a lot that I signed up for, but I didn't even realize. But yeah, they're saying with the situation, like, it's divine orchestration. You do have helpers in subtle realms. And I think with the next job situation that you do go for, you'll kind of, I guess, find something that is a little bit more aligned with what you actually do want to do as well. I'm going to say this to you. Take some time and sit and really think about 3 things or 3 jobs that you would actually really enjoy doing. Yeah. 3. They said pick 3 and then prioritize them. It's like when you've got choices, you're selecting schools, colleges. Use that same concept, and it's going to help to create some clarity in terms of the direction. That's probably why they've given me the timeline that I've got in terms of like end of Jan, early to mid-Feb. So yeah, sit down, put a plan together as far as like the 3 jobs that would actually, like, you see that your personality as well would actually blend pretty well. And then, yeah, let that marinate. The universe will kind of, I guess, handle the rest from there. You'll have to put out your applications clearly because, I mean, that's a part of the process. But yeah, let the universe sort of take it from there for you. Okay. You should be good. Should be good. Could it be earlier than that timeline? I'm just wondering, because what if it comes earlier? Well, that's the thing. It could potentially. It's actually down to you. And that's why I said the 3 jobs thing, the 3 things that you would actually want to do, because basically if it aligns with who you are now, it will manifest a lot faster, as opposed to if it aligns with who you would like to become. It may take a little bit more time because obviously you're not a vibrational match to that just yet. You are becoming in vibrational resonance with it. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. But yeah. Before then, but I'll be in training a few weeks or something. That too. Select the 3 that you'd like to do, and that's pretty much basically gonna dictate how quick it actually turns around with that situation. Yeah. All good, beautiful. All good. Hey, Alina. Sorry, mama. We are fully booked tonight, girl. We are like booked up tonight. We haven't even like fully dived into the free list just yet. I do have Kay's general read request. Let me start it as well so I can come back to it. Donation list is closed as well. Chaley, start getting your question together for me as well, please, beautiful. and we will dive into your question as well. Yeah, sorry, my love. Yeah, I know, but we'll be back out here like on the 2024 timelines. We were just figuring out dates for that. It'll probably be the second week of Jan, just give me some time to rest up with all the New Year madness. But I'll see you then. Okay? That part. Whilst Shayla's typing in her question as well, guys. Seeing as this is our last, live of 2023, what are y'all? Oh, she's already typed it in. Oh, my bad, girl. My bad. What are some of the things that you guys are sort of like, I don't want to call it New Year resolution, but what are some of the things that you guys are leaving in 2023 to make room for in 2024? Let's get those going in the chat whilst I do a little read for Chaley. And then after Chaley, we're going to come back to Kay's question. And then after Kay on the free list, we're going to come to Shay, I believe. So hopefully Shay's still sticking around as well. Right. And then Shay said cartwheel. She is here. Okay. Right. So Chaley getting a general read, guys. Okay. Let's dive into it. Show me. General for Chaley. What do you guys need her to know? Because you guys orchestrated this tonight. Already got a pre-warning. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was like shuffling with the... Okay. Okay. Interesting. Clarify for me. We've got some Knight of Wands energy on the undertone, Chaley, which always gives me F-boy energy. Do we have anybody in the mix? Romantically, because that's the undertone of something. Are we navigating through a honeymoon phase with something? Talk to me on that a little bit. I sense the name. Okay, so are you guys sort of like back in communication? We're still seeing each other. Don't worry about the situation, girl. Mercury retrograde is just doing the most at the minute. It's crazy. Just even the basic stuff. It's just like, okay. Honeymoon situation, because that's why I wanted to clarify. Couple of things that they were sort of like showing me with the situation. They were showing me there's like restrictions, but these are like welcomed restrictions. And these restrictions were basically kind of like the motivation, if you will, behind these was a Knight of Wands energy. That's why I wanted to sort of like dive into it, because that's the conversation that they want. So let's talk about it. Talk about it. Okay. So You guys navigating through a little bit of a testing on the chemistry at the minute. One of the things that I'm seeing with the situation is like the honeymoon situation's kind of there. It's almost like when you guys are actually with each other, feels a little bit like honeymoon seasons, like well and truly never left and it's still present and all of that stuff. But then it's like the moment you guys aren't necessarily together, the chemistry just feels off. It's weird. It's like things get a little bit challenging as well. Communication becomes a little bit challenging. So let's dive into it and see. What do you guys want to talk to us about the situation? Because you guys brought it up. What do you want to talk about with it? What do you want Shaylee to know? Okay. 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 This is interesting. Normally we talk every day. Communication was great. Did communication start to get disruptive during the Mercury retrograde dynamic? Because one of the things that I was seeing in the space on the situation was a couple of factors with it. It's almost like there was a little bit of shift that may have happened. I want to say probably 8 days ago. I want to say roughly around about 8 days ago. And it felt like a little bit of an impulsive shift. And it felt a little bit, okay. Sometimes when you guys get into these cycles of arguing, it's the chemistry situation that I was talking about, because you guys have like good chemistry when you guys are together. It's one of those things where like sometimes apart it gets a little bit like how can I put it? It's like a little bit of a ticking time bomb type thing. It's kind of like a little bit of a ticking time bomb because it's passionate, but it's also very explosive. So when those situations come up, it's kind of like, again, just kind of like giving you guys an opportunity to sort of see how the communication is between you guys in navigating through some of what is the big little things. And what I mean by that is like, it's probably like a small thing in essence, because when you guys talk about it, like it's easily resolvable, but in the moment it feels like a big thing and it's easily blown up like very, very quickly. It's like sorry, the way that they're giving it to me is like a little bit explosive. It's like a balloon, like they're showing me like hothead. It's like a balloon that goes and goes and goes until like it goes off, right, all the way off. But that's what that situation is between you guys, because the chemistry is actually really good. What's going on in the space with that chemistry is that it keeps going through a testing phase. It's almost like a self-validation thing with the situation. So it's more the chemistry. And I think when you guys are navigating through these situations, because it's like I said, sometimes, not all the times, it may be something that is easily fixable, but it just takes some like, oh, I'm going to go to my corner. I'm going to go to my corner to just cool off for a second. And then I can come back and have a conversation and finish up here, as opposed to it getting very, very blown up. And then, you know, it's kind of like a disconnect as opposed to a timeout. So that's probably like what I'd say with the situation. I guess knowing when to call timeout. Just the reason why I'm putting that across is because these are some of the things that Mercury retrograde is kind of like, I guess, showing us in communication class at the minute as well. But that was one of the things that they were showing me in particular with the dynamics of what you guys are navigating through. This is actually basically when the Mercury retrograde dynamic is able to infiltrate your space, and put, I guess, you guys in these situations. Oh, it got pretty blown up this time. Yeah, because I think that thing was like the taking time apart. Next time, I'm gonna unpack this a little bit more for you. Don't worry. But next time when you guys get into a particularly challenging situation, because I think you are adept at being able to tackle a situation head on. He's not necessarily there yet in terms of that type of dad. That's not the way that he handles his situations, basically. He takes a minute to come into his right mind to be able to like make a rational decision, because he can be like emotionally charged as well, and he can be like very impulsive, and like things just get a little bit chaotic, and his emotional management can be a little bit off, especially when it feels to him like he's caught off guard by a situation as well. So for the sake of how he processes and how he manages, I think it would do you guys some good to be able to, I guess, take that time just a second apart to be able to process. I agree with you that coping mechanism, because that's what it is a coping mechanism that he learned. Hey Crystal, sorry, I did see you there. I'm like literally just trying to hold on to the channel whilst it's here. Hope you're good, my love. Free lists and donation lists on our close. We'll catch you in the new year, you know. Sorry, beautiful. Yeah, I am going to be doing something for the like new subscribers a little bit more in the new year as well, trying to get you guys like an extra, because we have the regulars that comes in on these, and I kind of, I guess, find myself repetitively reading to the same people, but other people's guides want an opportunity as well. So tune in the new year. TBC. TBC. Chaley, back to the situation. So with the dynamic, yes, it is a indication of when he does regress, because that is like his coping mechanism of dealing with conflict. Basically, he doesn't really deal with it too well, so he either shuts down or he blows up. those are the two settings that he has. I think he's, I guess, learning, we'll use the word, because he hasn't quite found an alternative resolve just yet in the midst of the chaos that is. After he's had some time to calm down, he's able to rationalize a little bit better. That's why I said, like, in the future, when things get a little bit, you know, heated, if you will, and it's like super, super passionate, it might just be good to just take a time out to gather one's thoughts before continuing the conversation, because then it's just going to lead to really chaotic sort of places from there. But yes, let's dive into, how do you see the situation sort of like playing out then for moving forward? Clearly, I said in the future, so I'm presuming that you guys are going to have an opportunity to sort of like figure it out. But yeah, I'm sure with the Mercury retrograde being in effect, that doesn't help Matt as much as well, because frustrations are rife. It's just the climate at the minute. I get pissed off because he ignores me sometimes. Then oh, I'm sure you're finishing that up. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Then he gets pissed about me being pissed. Yeah. That's his coping mechanism. As far as like, I don't know about the ignoring thing, but as far as like him being able to kind of like deal with situations head on, sometimes he just withdraws. He thinks that it's conflict avoidance, which is like his resolution to situations, but the conflict when he comes back into the space still has to be addressed, and that's where it gets a little bit complicated. But they are saying, as far as the situation moving forward, I don't know how likely he is to actually take accountability for some of his immature tendencies in the space, because that's one of the things that they're saying, that you guys will be having conversations about, in terms of the communication and the dialogue. I think for him as well in this space, it's almost like, having to take on, like, once he takes accountability, it's like once he takes accountability, he actually, like, there's this expectation that he's supposed to do something about it. And I don't think that, one, I don't think he knows what to do per se, which is where he struggles. And then two, I think in the midst of, like, all of the chaos when these things are happening, he doesn't necessarily know how to manage not only himself, but how to manage you, I guess, in this space. Like, when you basically start speaking certain home truths, he doesn't necessarily know how to handle that. He doesn't know what to say to that. He doesn't know what to do with it. Like, he does have quite a bit of, like, growing to do, I'm not gonna lie, just in terms of, navigating through what would be, like, general issues, in terms of, like, a romantic situation. So that's just what you're dealing with in the atmosphere of what's going on with Daniel. And I think, unfortunately, because he's always relinquished these responsibilities, it's a little bit of a challenge for him to pick them up with you. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Sorry, I'm, like, getting some downloads on the Mercury retrograde, sort of, like, testing. I don't think that, okay, so question two. He's not going to be sort of, like, taking accountability for his kind of part in the situation. He's kind of coming back in with, like, complete disregard for the consequences, and, disregard for, like, how he may have kind of hurt feelings, basically. How do you feel about that is my question to you, because it's like, what are you going to do with it, moving forward? We need to kind of have, I guess, that dialogue. So how do you feel about the fact that he's not going to be responsible for his negligence, for lack of a better way of putting it? Do you have tolerance to be able to navigate? Okay. Yeah, that's become normal, unfortunately. Okay, cool. Because then that gives me the opportunity to dive into the rest of the conversation, on what you could do with this moving forward. So, what do you guys advise Chaley on the situation then, moving forward, seeing as Daniel is reluctant, to grow in this particular place at the minute? He's comfortable. What do you advise her to do? Okay, it's going to come with its own hostilities, basically. Just be prepared for that, is what they're saying. Okay, thank you. Okay, they're saying it's going to throw the balance off and have you question the journey from time to time. So that's something that you'll have to think about, what closure on this situation would actually look like for you, because he's comfortable. He's comfortable in it. I've been beyond patient with him. I know, beautiful. I know. No, I'm losing patience fast. Yeah. No, and I get that. And that's why I had to ask the question, because if he doesn't change it, I know it's going to continue to irk you, and it's going to continue to rub you the wrong way. And it's going to be a little bit of a mind fuck for you actually navigating through the situation. Pardon my French, but I'm just calling it, what it is, in sort of like navigating, from your standpoint as well. Okay. they're saying it's going to throw the balance off, and you're going to, I guess, find yourself questioning if this is a journey that you want to actually be on. So it's a case of figuring out what would be the right closure for you in the situation, because he's not necessarily prepared to, he's not prepared to fix it. I can't lie to you, beautiful. He's not that he's never had to. He's been asked to in previous situations as well, and he's just never really wanted to actually work on it. The whole thing has been a bit, girl, I get you, because that's what I'm like with the dynamics of how things kind of like come. That's genuinely how it feels, because it's like the chemistry is good, and then in being able to sort of like navigate through some of the basics, I want to call it basics of like relationship dynamic. I think because he doesn't actually want the responsibility of a relationship, unfortunately, he's not necessarily like making as much effort as he perhaps could do. All right, guys, what do you guys advise Chaley to do? Because you're saying find the right compromise and find the right find the right closure. That's it. But what do you actually like? What do you expect her to do in a situation like this where, you know, it's so complicated, like within the next few months? Okay. He's a scared little bit. He doesn't. Yeah, well, see, it gets complicated. That's why I'm like, okay, what do you guys, what's the advice? Make it clear, guys. I don't want any riddles. Just make it clear. Take your time if you need to. Okay. Sorry, I'm like diving in, because one of the things that they were showing me is that in the next few months, okay, so how the situation's, I guess, going to be playing out is that over the course of the next few months, you'll kind of be navigating through this kind of yes, kind of no situation. But it's not necessarily a case of you actually choosing a new direction. I guess it's one of those things where you listen to your intuition on the situation about it not necessarily improving in the next few months. And then you kind of ultimately have to make a decision at that point. It's ultimately up to you what it is that you want to do with the situation, but you may find yourself making a compromise. They didn't necessarily say anything about leaving. What they said was, if you're navigating through this situation, they're like, okay, this is a yes situation, which is going to be a yes and no situation. So 1 minute it's a yes, the next minute it's a I can't do this type dynamic. So their whole thing is where you don't necessarily want to choose a new direction with this individual. Listen to your intuition at least, to understand and know that the health of the situation isn't necessarily going to improve. He doesn't want to work on these things. It's just not something that he sees as important, unfortunately. So you then, you know, over the course of the next few months, whilst you're navigating through these dynamics, it's up to you to figure out what would be the right compromise for you on the situation, where would be the nice middle ground for you. But this seems to be something that you guys are navigating again for the next few months. I think it's kind of like May before. No, he doesn't see it. He doesn't, honestly, it's just one of those things where he doesn't see the things that he needs to do to change as important. It's not just you. It's these things have been presented to him before he got to you. These things had been presented to him in other relationships about working on these qualities. He's just never really saw it important for anyone. He's just like, okay, well, that's just kind of what the situation is. He's very nonchalant about it. That's why I'm saying that they're very clear that it's one of those things where as you navigate through the process over the course of the next few months, you find that the situation doesn't improve. So you have to find the right situationships then. Okay, let me call it that, because you are absolutely right. He's not been in a relationship. That's why he doesn't want any of the responsibility of relationship stuff, because it's too heavy. And there's too many expectations that he's just not prepared to meet. So you have to find the right compromise, because you seem to be willing to, I guess, continue. But it's a yes or no at the same time. So you have to find the right compromise for yourself with these dynamics, because reality is this is where he is. He doesn't really want to, how can I put it? He also doesn't want to build up an expectation that he can't meet as well, right? I think I'm just done with it now, really. Yeah, well, I think you guys, for some reason, there's a sitting of a class in May next year. So, I mean, it's okay to be done right now. But it seems like you guys are sort of like navigating through another situation in May, which is where they're showing me the next phase, I guess, of the testing is for you guys in terms of what it is that you guys are doing. Okay. Well, it means that you guys might be done right now, but it may very well develop again in the next few months. Likelihood in March times. And in May, there's again another testing in terms of your communication situation as well. Like just the things that you're talking about, I guess things that he's not necessarily sort of like willing to change. And I think that those are some of the things that you have to find, okay, what's the right compromise for you with the situation when that crops up, basically. Yeah, because you've kind of like navigated it a couple of times as far as the cycle. You kind of know where his limitations are with certain things. So yeah, he's a waste of my time. Well, girl, you said it. I think he's, I don't think he can give you potentially what it is that you're looking for, because I don't think he wants entirely exactly what it is that you're looking for as well. So I think that's where you guys struggle. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I wish I had like something more clear, but at least there's an understanding that I guess the cycle continues, if you will. So I mean, it's okay to be done right now, but yeah, there's still a little bit more testing, if you will, a little bit more. He comes in randomly when you least expect it, I guess. That's kind of the way that he disarms you emotionally, actually, to make his way back into the space. So he'll be back, and then you get to decide. Okay. But I hope it was useful for you, beautiful. Right, we are going into a general read for Kay as well. Kay, you still here, my love? Let's see if you are. And then we're going to go into Shay's question. And then your girl's going to take a break, y'all. Okay? Give me a second. 3 hours would have been flown by already. And I would be nowhere on the free list. So just to sort of put it back across again, guys, we've got Kay that I'm going to read for now. Then I'm going to go to Shay. And then we've got Svetlana, Ash, Velina, Firefly, Sammy, Smara, Queen Minya, and Empress. I don't know if any of those are actually still here. Thank you, beautiful. All good. Thank you for stopping in tonight and showing up. Okay. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Oh, Svetlana, you're still here as well. Okay. Kay, are you still here, darling? I'm gonna start reading for you, for your general as well. Hopefully you're still here. If not, I'm gonna go to Svetlana and start reading for her. And if you come back by the time I finish reading for her, I'm happy to swap you guys. If you're not, then I guess you do miss your slot. I'm sorry. It's just the politics, girl. My bad. Okay. Svetlana's funny. Svetlana said, she said maybe, but let me put my question out anyways, just in case. That's how you do that, girl. Okay. I love that for you. Oh, that is too funny. I don't think Kay's here. Kay would have said if she was here already. All right, Svetlana, we're going to go with your question, seeing as you were nice and quick with it, because all Kay would have had to do is put a yes out there, and she hasn't. So I'm assuming, yeah, she's not here. Hopefully she comes back in time after we finish up yours. Okay. Oh. Oh, what will be after him? Okay, this. Oh, that was the wrong question. Okay. I was like, I don't know if I got it. Is that what I'm supposed to be thinking? Okay, you was quick, girl. You was quick. That's what that was. That's too funny. Oh, I love that. You were so quick. The wrong question even came out. Okay, whilst you type up the right question, I'm gonna get my chocolate ready. It's time for me to start snacking, y'all. Okay, we're like 2 hours in. And I need to go and do my food shop as well. All my good snacks are finished. Got no popcorn, no Skittles, no M&Ms, no nothing. I've got to do like a bueno. But yeah. So like, Anna's going to type her question. If there's no K, then we're going to go to Ash. Okay. And then it's Belina, Firefly, Sammy, Smara, Queen Minya, and Empress. And we are good to go. Let's see. Ah, you would be after Svetlana because Kay's not here. Svetlana, do you want me to read that question then? That's on the screen. Oh, I do love. Listen, I need to keep my blood sugars high. That's what. If you guys notice, I come in here with like candies and sweets because then that gives me a blood sugar spike so I can stay awake. To be able to be here for y'all. Okay. Let's. Do you want me to read this question, Svetlana? Good to know that you're here, Valina, because I think you're not too far on the list as well. I think after Ash, after Ash, it's you. So we're gonna do Svetlana's question, and then we're gonna do neither sugar or caffeine do anything for me. Oh, beautiful. I get like a sugar rush for like a good 10-15 minutes, and then I crash again. But that 15 minutes do me a little something. That's why, if you notice, I usually take a little bite each time. I can drink a 6-shot espresso and go to sleep. Oh, girl, I love that for you. Snap. I'd have some espresso and I'd be like, Kay, girl, I've been calling for you for a minute. Where have you been? You was just about to sort of like miss your general read. Are you here now then? Because I was about to go into your general read. Pomegranate. I didn't think of that. Pomegranate keeps me awake. Wow. My week was ruined. Damn. I eat a shit ton of sugar. You and me both, beautiful. You and me both. Did you know I had my little rant a minute ago about all the good stuff's finished? All the candy, no M&Ms, no sweet popcorn. I need to go and do the fruit shop tomorrow. Right, okay. I'm going to go into your general read, okay? Svetlana, I don't know what the right question is that you wanted to type up to send over, but start typing, girl, okay? Start typing, and we will fix that for you. We'll dive into it. I have an amazing junk drawer. Oh, I have an amazing junk cupboard. My nephews, when they come, they get excited. And I have to remind them as well, leave some for Auntie Kima. I got this stuff for me. I know you guys think, oh, yay. But it's actually for me. Okay, so you want me to read the second part of the question. Okay, good. So I'm going to note that. I'm going to start the question. Let me go back to the question and start it. Seeing as Kay has now shown herself to be here, I'm going to dive into her general read because that was a question. And then we'll just move on from there. What kind of man will I be? What kind of man will be my next relationship? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to start that question. Okay. Listen. I love a good sweets drawer. Okay. I remember when I was a kid and a teenager and stuff, and my mom had like all the candies and stuff like that. So it was always a thing. That was my favorite cupboard in the house. Let's do a general for Kay, guys. What do we want Kay to know? What do you guys want to communicate to our girl Kay at the minute? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. Ooh. Some creative blockages navigating through. Okay. Okay. I know, girl. I can see it on the cards. I was just about to say, you are overthinking. You are overthinking, mama. A couple of the things that they're sort of like showing me on the cards is that you're trying your best to be so methodical and so strategical on certain things. And like the funny thing about like that overthinking and this mental restlessness that you're navigating through, basically, they're like, the thing about it is like she's very unconventional. So some of the things that you're basically hi Yasmin, how are you doing, beautiful? Some of the things that you are overthinking, they're like, you're unconventional. You're trying to basically put yourself in the mindset of somebody who abides by the conventional rules, right? And that's not who you are. So why are you sort of, not to say why are you trying to sort of like base your decisions on these factors, but I think they're basically saying that eventually, again, you will fall out of alignment with these decisions if you make your decisions on those bases. Do you see what I'm saying? Sorry, Yasmin. Free list is closed. Donation list is closed for the night. We've got our list set that we're going to be working with for the rest of the night, and that's it. We're going to be signing off once the list is finished, but feel free to stick around if somebody does miss their slot. You know, I haven't seen maybe Queen Minya and Empress for a minute. I don't know if they're still here or if they're going to come back in. So if somebody misses their slot, you can grab that. Okay. But for the most part, everybody else that's like due for their read is still here. I've got at least a good 5-6 people that are actually still here ready for their read. All good, my love. But yeah, do you see what I'm saying, Kay? They're saying that some of the things that you're overthinking, you don't need to overthink. I think a part of the overthinking is external projections as well, basically being like mixed in with the downloads that you're getting on certain things. And you're kind of trying to place the downloads in the midst of, okay, so this is what I'll say to you. Some of the downloads that you're getting doesn't apply to your now circumstances. Like, I want to make that clear. I'm going to repeat that again because they're saying, and repeat that. Some of the downloads that you're getting is not indicative of your now circumstances. They are for timelines to almost 3 years from now, in terms of the development of certain things. These are just like little triggers. You see like how people have deja vu moments. Basically, it's when they sort of like visit the timeline in consciousness before their physical body arrives to said timeline. You'll be having a few of those in experiencing certain things moving forward, right? Hey, Scenario Mama, how are you doing, beautiful? So yeah, I think as well, some of the things that is causing you to sort of like have this mental restlessness is kind of like fear of the unknown and trying to plan for those things. Don't worry about it, beautiful. Like I think that's why they wanted to reassure you that some of the things that you're trying to plan for isn't based on your now situation or circumstances. They're actually based on a different version of you at a different point of your timeline that is capable of dealing with the situation. There's at least 2, potentially 3 situations in particular that may be sort of like causing this restlessness, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong on that 1K, just so that I can speak to you on them. Yeah, to some degree. Girl, dealing with this flu. Oh, damn, girl. Not fun. But in good spirits. How are you? I am better today. I was exhausted yesterday after the Christmas, but today I slept and looked after me, so that was nice. Didn't do anything today except my hair, and that was it. That was enough for me. That took hours, so that was good. I felt accomplished, and now I'm here. Yeah, God is good. Won't He do it? Yeah, I definitely needed to. I've been putting it off and like putting everybody else's needs and things like in front of it. And today I was just like, nah, girl. My human was like, I need something. If you're going to get anything else from me to give to anybody else, you're going to need to give me something. So I had to give her a little pamper day today. So she's loving it too. But yes, Kay, back to your situation, right? 2 or 3 different situations I'm seeing. Yeah, definitely. I needed to. My human wasn't going to let me do anything else for anybody else until she got some of that loving, girl. She was going to be on a whole demon time, shut down, full on knock mode. Okay. So I had to give her some love so she could pour some love into others moving forward. Snap. Oh, listen, I tell you, I joke, but I don't joke. I had to tell my partner today. Like, I called him when I woke up and he was like, oh, I miss you. I was like, oh, well, my demon says I called you. So, how much is the missing? And I could hear my demon out there in my unconscious. Stop telling me you miss me. I keep having to call you. I was like, yeah, my demon's not happy. So we're going to have to work on that. But no. Okay. Back into the situation. There's like three things that I was seeing in particular. That's what I was asking about earlier. Right. Three things in particular seems to be a little bit, again, it's unclear and there seems to be some hesitancy. Let's dive into it a little bit and see what we can advise for you with this. I know that you're still here. I think there was a part in the reading that I was asking how many. I know it's hard to keep up as well because I have like other sidebar conversations. Okay, don't worry about it, girl. But I was actually asking, there seems to be about 2 or 3 different things that is kind of like bringing up this overthinking stuff. And again, it comes down to you actually kind of overthinking because of some of the societal like stance on certain things. So it's a little bit tricky. Hey, Aria. How are you doing, Mama? The donation list is actually closed, to be fair, because I've got so much on the free list to navigate through, to be honest. But I'm going to be out here, I guess, in these YouTube streets second week of Jan, because I'm going to be working all week and then I've got my nephews. But yeah. What do we advise Kay in navigating through what she's navigating through at the minute? I'm ready to release, folks. You should be, because I don't mean to say that all like, enthusiastically, right? This is a regretful but necessary transition into where you're going, because this is what I was saying. Oh, got it. You too, beautiful. I hope you have a super new year. Okay, all the blessings on blessings for you. Why I was speaking about the situation in terms of like overthinking it and it being sort of like navigating through moments of indecision, who you're becoming, like, that's why I was saying about the societal pressures and stuff like that. Who you're becoming, no offense, but again, you'll have to reevaluate this later down the line again. So the people that you're thinking about releasing, again, we're actually in the Cancer full moon. Okay, so home dynamics, home situations are going through an update, and that requires a loosening. God loosens, he creates space for new by getting rid of old. That's a dynamic of the situation that you'll actually continue perpetually. You'll navigate through this process with these people each time, in thinking whether or not you want to sort of like maintain communication or maintain relationship. One of the people that you're thinking on may be salvageable. One of the people that you're feeling, oh, I'm sorry that you're feeling anxious, beautiful. I know what that's like. I'm telling you, there's just a lot going on in the air at the minute. Only one Okay, I'm not going to say only one salvageable, but realistically, only one of those relationships is actually workable because from what I can see, that person's heart is capable of change. They don't know how, I guess, to fully be able to sort of like execute on said change, but they are willing to learn. The others, you'll basically be back in a situation again where you're still reevaluating whether or not you're able to grow at the pace that you want to grow with having these people in your lives. What I will say, sometimes the triggers are good to be able to show us where we still need to grow and what we're still working on, right? So this whole situation is useful for that. But I think at the same time, one of the main factors of what's going on here is you actually asserting boundaries in certain situations when it comes to certain relationship dynamics. The societal pressure, I guess, of having to kind of like keep certain relationships ongoing. Are any of these family? Can I ask some of the folks that you want to release? Are any of these family or close friends? Because one of the things that I'm seeing, the reason why I asked the situation, Kay, is because again, I'm sensing with a family dynamic, it's a little bit more complex, if you will. Yeah. I'm going to wait for you to sort of respond to me on that one. But yeah, the question is, are you dealing, some of the people that you're releasing, is it friends and family members dynamics? Sister girl. I like that name. Free list is closed, my love. Free list is closed. Oh my gosh, that's my dog's name, and she just looked at me sideways. Dang, what's your dog's name? Scenario. Oh, dang, that's so funny. Sorry, sister girl. So, free list is closed, donation list is closed. You can stick around and see if anybody sort of like misses their slot, basically. And that's kind of the only way to get in on tonight's stuff. Kay, did you type? I don't know if you typed or started typing about like the family member situation or not. Good to know that you're still here, Shay. I literally just asked that question in my mind. So thank you for answering. Okay. I'm glad you got the download. Yeah. I need Kay to answer the question, but I know Kay sometimes have like a lagging situation. So I don't know if she's having a lagging or what the dynamic of the situation actually is. I had issue with family. Okay, so that's why I was getting the societal, the external projection situation. Okay, so with that, I would say it's interesting because that was one of the situations that they were sort of like saying the family thing. Some family distanced. Okay. 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 Let me have a look and see what they advise on the dynamics with the family situation. Show me, guys. What do you guys advise our girl to do with the family situation she's got going on? Yeah, because one of the things that I'm seeing, she's still going to have to, like, again, there's going to be, it's almost like further down the line, you'll be faced with this question again. this person and you just seems to be at odds in terms of certain perspectives, and I don't see it sort of like shifting anytime soon. Thank you. Let's see. Me and family argued. I saw true colors. Yeah, well, see, that's why I was saying you guys have different perspectives on certain things, and I don't necessarily sort of like see it sort of actually changing. Workplace was chaotic. Yeah, I can imagine, because when I was seeing the situation, so I was seeing 2 to 3 people. So is there 2 people at work, 1 person in family? Yeah, just so that I can sort of like clarify in terms of the energies that I was seeing. My compassion caused issues. Okay, yeah. Mercury retrograde like is like low-key demon time. I mean, it's kind of like when sorry, my ear, I had to take that out. My ears are burning in receiving the download, and it's actually heating up my ear. Yeah, was it 2 at work, 1 family member situation dynamic? Because the reason why I asked basically is because with the family member situation, what I was seeing is that there potentially, right, could be room to grow, because there's a willingness. Because I'm seeing 3 situations around you. The other 2 situations, I saw family true colors. I know, because it was a difference in opinions. I think both of you guys deal with certain things differently. I think in that space, there's definitely some hard boundaries that kind of needs to be sort of like put in place. For the most part, in terms of the situation right now, I think what's going on with the family dynamic is kind of like giving you an opportunity to awaken your own voice within the the roles that you guys play in certain situations when it comes to the family situation. So it's not a case of reconsidering any of what you're doing. All of these situations right now actually has a soft no. It's not a hard no, they're soft no's, right? I feel someone from past resurfaced. What do you mean? Two co-workers are meh. And I get you on that, because I feel like they don't really sort of like care, and you don't necessarily really care either. So that situation, not so much. But this is something, yeah, you did. It's something about the vocalizing and exercising and asserting boundaries. These were like your soft nose, and you exercising your soft nose in the space that you're kind of like navigating with these people. And obviously it's going to kind of like, you're going to bump heads for it basically, because not even kids like hearing the word no, but they love to tell it as soon as they learn it, right? They're sort of saying that this isn't necessarily the right climate to actually even sort of do any communication as well. Like with us being in Mercury retrograde, things are just probably going to get fueled even more. So I think the retrograde ends on the 2nd or the 4th, I believe. Let's have a little look and see on my little calendar. Yeah. Okay. Ends on the 1st. The 1st of Jan. So you kind of like, some of this energy will start to sort of dissipate, but generally speaking, these are usually sort of like communication classes. A lot of this stuff would have been brewing beneath the surface anyways. Um, and it kind of came up to really, like you said, like reveal where everybody actually is in their process with the situation and who people actually are. I think take everything you've learned with a pinch of salt. um, what you have learned in terms of people's true colors is that you have learned people's true perceptions on certain things, and where people would have masked to basically stroke egos or avoid conflict or tension in situations, and they've been yes men to be able to, I guess, make life easier for themselves. That's all you've kind of like essentially seen in the situation as well, right? Two shady co-workers, manipulative. Yeah, them, I think that one you don't necessarily need to reconsider on with it. It just kind of is what it is. They are who they are. And you don't mean enough to them for them to change. Respectfully, beautiful. Change comes from a will, and a will, when it comes to change, like a person wanting, like having the will to change, stems from actual genuine love and care. um y'all don't care enough for each other for any of those things, or fear. Let me be very clear, fear is also a very good stimulus for change as well. um so yeah, the two co-workers, I mean, you can safely say that that one is what it is, you know. It's not going to get any better. The family situation, you'll still kind of be navigating through a recovery on that situation well into springtime. Family is going to continue to, I guess, try and encourage you um, to mend situations all the way up to springtime next year. So, yeah. Yeah, well, the two co-workers, I think it speaks for itself. You know, that those relationships weren't necessarily going to go anywhere outside of the workplace, and now you know how to handle it inside of the workplace because you see what the situation actually sort of is. And they're manipulative. That's who they are. Like, that's who they are. And the thing about it is like, I'm not going to say that they get a kick out of it, but this is kind of how they feed their drama queen type thing. This is how that drama queen energy that they have gets fed. So you don't necessarily need to concern yourself with it too much. Just try and keep yourself out of the firing line of said drama queen, because they like explosive dramas in particular, shit that blows up really bigly. Um, and they're not really bothered because these are their demons operating, right? Their demons aren't really bothered who is in the firing line. It's just for the sake of them being able to have a moment of drama that they can feed off. So just put that one down to bad character and poor moral compass as far as them. With the family situation, however, you're going to have to stand your ground on your soft no as far as maintaining your boundary right now, because I think that person within the family as well is going through a process where they are learning about other people's boundaries, and you're kind of like holding them accountable to respecting your boundaries in the process of this. So yeah, their advice is it's not necessarily the right time to communicate, but this is a soft no that you don't necessarily need to reconsider on any of these. Any of these. It's just a case of exercising it and actually asserting it so that people are aware that these are the new standards on how K is to be handled, period, moving forward. So that's what this is. This is a learning experience for others as well as yourself as well, because you're learning what some of your boundaries are in certain situations as well. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. I do, because I see that there's a lot going on with the situation. But yeah, the friends, I guess friends, the work situation, we're going to call that like, okay, cool. You know, I know how to navigate through that space now. Just keep my distance. And the same thing, I think you're going to be doing that with the family member as well. In navigating right up until spring, where again, it's almost like you're being pressured basically to make things right with a particular family member. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. I do. Sorry. I didn't have more for you because they're like, that's all she needs for now. I don't know. I don't know, beautiful. I guess it has to play itself out in terms of what's going to be unraveling leading up until springtime with a family member dynamic. But this is a great opportunity for you to just utilize your voice nonetheless. Okay, that's what this is for you. So you take away your lessons and you do what you need to do with your classes, girl. Don't concern yourself with nobody else's classes. Shit. Whether they ace or they get an F, that's on them. Okay. Shay, my love, you are our last donation question, and then we are going to go into, I think you did put it out there, and then we're going to go back into the free list and get back to Svetlana and then dive into the list. Dang, I got like 8 people. Yeah, Shay. No, you good, girl. Whilst you do that, I'm gonna like have me some chocolate. Mm. Mm. I hear you there, Kay. Sometimes you got to be out of it to see it for what it is. Acquaintances must be removed too. Well, you don't need any extra or dead weight. This is just the boundaries being affirmed for you in this season. And I'm here for it. You define what your boundaries are when it comes to the situations that you're navigating through. You know what I mean? And you exercise those and you assert those with the people that you need to accordingly. So you do what you got to do for you. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Too much indeed, beautiful. Too much indeed. I can see that there was a lot going on. A lot going on. Oh. Am I going to get into a long-lasting relationship? I think is what you meant to say. In 2024. Let's see. One cards. What do we see on the cards for a girl Shay in 2024 in terms of romance? Okay. What do we see? We see options. There's definitely options presenting themselves, girl. Okay. There's definitely temptation. One of said temptations, a third-party situation. Have you been in a third-party situation in the past? Or recently? Let me ask you that question, because we're getting right into the nitty-gritty of it all. That part. Third-party situation. Could be romantic partner. You are the wife or mistress, third party. Sometimes you're the sometimes you're the mistress to the emotional incest that is going on as well between a mom being able to let go of her son. That happens quite a bit actually. I've not recently. I'm tired of those. Seriously. Good for you. But somebody from that situation, like somebody from a recent third party situation, is going to be trying to basically come back into this space in 2024. It's a little bit of a reunion situation, basically. That kind of plays itself out. Glad to hear that you're not necessarily there, because I think that that third party situation may be a little bit more complicated than it was. Well, who is it, girl? Well, we're talking about him. Let us know. Who is it? So I can do a proper full on read. Potentially. Potentially. One of the things that I was seeing with the situation is that when you guys were together, there was a solid third party situation sort of going on. Whereas now, okay. Now it seems like that situation is not, that is off, because it doesn't seem all the way off. Seems like there's some sort of emotional connection that's still not all the way clear yet. But it doesn't seem as on as it was previously. Okay. Let's see then. He tried it. What do we see showing up for a girl Shay next year in terms of romance? Come on, guys. Other than this guy, she said she don't want him, guys. She said throw him back, right? She wants to throw him back. He took the bait, but listen, she's taking him off the hook and throwing him back. So, what else do you guys see? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Elaborate then for me. Oh, thank you. Lovely, lovely, lovely. You can ask 3, I think you paid for. I think you paid for 3 questions. Okay. Oh. Okay, so this is another thing that asking me on the situation. Well, I guess to ask you, because when I asked about anything else outside of him, do you have the capacity for a relationship, my love? Because I know you're saying you want one, but they're saying to me, like, in terms of like you being able to plan and organize yourself and everything like that, it will be a juggling dynamic for you in terms of even taking on a relationship. So have you got the capacity for a relationship? Because when I was asking about what else was going to be going on outside of that space, they were like, you're going to be doing hard work, because the juggling of everything you got going on takes some time. That in itself can be quite time consuming. So my question to you, my love, is do you have the capacity for a relationship? And I feel like I have to ask that question. Okay. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Because they were like, yeah. She says she wants a relationship. But does she have the capacity? Okay. So is there new love? We don't want to talk about Mr. I don't want stalkers in my life. Okay. She's decided the love like that is not the kind of love that she wants. Okay. Let's see. What do we see in terms of romance, Brent? Okay. 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 So a few things on the healing front. You spend the first half of the year still navigating through emotional stuff, as far as like the healing stuff, and then also as well, like, I don't know, I'm gonna say this, babe, you've got some trust issues. I'm not gonna lie. You've got some trust issues, and some of those things do need to be worked through, and there's going to be an ex situation coming in. Basically, it didn't work out with you guys. They're going to come in sort of in the second quarter of the year, and you guys are going to have to sort of like find some closure on the situation. Yeah, you guys are going to have to find some closure on the situation. It didn't work out for a good reason, I guess. They were wearing masks. And I think as you're working through your trust issues, they're sort of like coming back, and they're actually going to, oh, am I freezing? That's a bummer. Yeah. The Shay said, he's already been coming in. I don't want closure. I don't want him at all. And I hear you, my love. And you don't have to want him. It's not about wanting him. But I think that the universe is basically presenting him in this space to give you an opportunity to work through some of your trust issues, because I think he caused some significant damage. And I think karmically, he has to clean that up. Basically, I think that that's what is actually sort of going on. From your standpoint, I think he thinks he's coming in for other reasons, because he's coming in to sort of like, play his usual manipulation tactics and do the usual sort of stunts that he does, as far as like love bombing, and then, oh my God, my life has been like this without you, and where have you been, and all of these types of things. But for you, this is really more or less an opportunity for you to be able to stand your grounds and be very clear about what it is that you are and aren't necessarily looking for, and what you will or won't stand for, and really affirming whether, those he is married, like, no, I don't allow it, goodbye. No, and I get you. Maybe a conversation of closure. I'm not asking you to sort of go back into the space. I'm just letting you know, because clearly it's already happening. I'm letting you know why I guess the universe has given him an opportunity to knock the door. Okay. You're saying that you don't necessarily want him. He's married. You don't want the third party situation. You're not into it. My thing with you is, have you had a full-on conversation with him to let him know where you are right now? Because there's a reason why they're clearly obviously showing this situation up as like a main thing. Is this the same person that we were speaking about before as well? When you were like, I think I know who it is? And just to sort of like ask that question. That's funny, because they literally did pick up on it straight off the bat. And we talk about it. No, like, I don't want to talk. When I wanted to talk, he didn't. All right, girl. Well, I'll tell you what to do. Close out the situation energetically, because he's still obviously coming in, because the universe is still giving him a window of opportunity, if you will, because you also are needing to be able to heal from some trust issues that he caused. And it's all fair and well, okay? You not wanting to have a conversation with him, but you need to have a conversation with him for the sake of actually you being able to move forward healthily. Some of this emotional work that you're doing, it doesn't have to be like a full-on conversation with him per se physically, but at least have conversations with him in spirit, something so that you can kind of like close that door fully and make it very clear affirmatively that there's no room for it. Because some of the things, when I started to, right, when we looked at the third party situation, you said you didn't want that person. We then started looking at what else is going to be sort of like coming in the romance situation for you. We then went back into doing significant work on certain situations, because of trying to balance everything, basically, right? Then we came out with this dynamic at the minute where it's like, okay, there's a reconciliation that is being conspired behind the scenes. I guess he's pushing for a reconciliation. You're like, no, I don't want it. And oh, your ex is becoming angry. What can I say? It's making me retrograde, you know, maybe throwing out some hooks out there. You know, do you know what it is? Because you're throwing out like baits, right? You're kind of like letting the universe know that you're open to relationships and stuff like that. Your previous situation or dynamics are like, they're like, huh? What's that? Shay? She ready? Huh? So, you know, they're trying to like come to present themselves like they can answer said calling, right? They can answer this calling that the universe is putting out there, or rather that you've put out there through the universe, but they can't answer the calling. They can't answer the calling. There is going to be some X situations sort of like trying to sort of show themselves up the first half of the year. That is genuinely what you're dealing with. And my advice to you is really to close out those spaces. I don't know if what you've done energetically already on the situation, because you're saying you don't want to have conversations with, I guess I've outlined two already, and you said you don't want to have a conversation with either of these two. Have a conversation in spirit so you can close the door, make it very, very clear that you don't necessarily want either of these guys coming into the space. There's no room, none of that. And make it very clear to the universe, as you are doing in this space, that these aren't, when you're putting your intention out there for a romantic situation, these aren't necessarily what you're thinking about. This is your past. This is who you used to be. Those people met her expectations. They met her needs as a romantic partner. That's not who you are. That's not where you're at. That's not what you're looking for at the minute. Let's see the second half of the year in terms of romance. What does that look like then for Shay next year? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, beautiful. I know that you're navigating through a lot, but I've literally got a whole bunch of people on the list and it's almost 1:00 here. I'm not going to be able to do much of anything. You can stick around to see if anybody misses their spot, but I wouldn't be able to add you to the list, I'm afraid. The list is already solidified. They have been coming in before the retrograde and I blocked them, changed my number, deleted my socials. They can't find me. But I will do that just for future reference, because usually when people show up, it's an astrological thing. Basically, there's unfinished business, and the blocking's nice, but it's just a coping mechanism. It's like a band-aid on a situation until whatever it is that needs to be like dealt with or addressed is actually dealt with and addressed or whatever. Some of the internal stuff that you're working on seems to have to do with some of these people anyways, which is why they're actually sort of coming up or showing up for you to actually be able to do what you need to do, but you're saying you don't want to do it that way because you don't want to have anything to do with them. But you still want to continue with your purging and clearing your energy and all of that kind of stuff of them. You actually have to update your hard drive. That unfortunately, that's just how that works. Otherwise, you'll take all the sickness that they basically, all the poison they poured into you in the romance experience that you guys had, and you'll just like pour that out elsewhere. Unfortunately, that's how that works. But yeah, do some software updates on some of these situations. Make it very clear on the not wanting anything. Having conversations, basically, even meditative thoughts on the situation to send downloads as well. Like, make it very clear. I ain't. Listen, it could be the last day and Jesus is coming tomorrow. No. Jesus ain't come back. He did that once. I'm joking. Sorry. I don't want to be that girl, but you know what I mean. Christ consciousness is here. But yes, beautiful. Okay. Second half, I can see that. Second half, I can see that it's probably going to take you at least month 8 to month 9, actually, before there is a potential suitor that actually, because of some of the trust issues, like we spoke about, I think that's what the first 6 months, the universe is going to be like utilizing the time to bleed that out of you. But yeah, month 8 to 9 is where there's a strong potential that comes in. And I guess you make a decision there and then if you want to be able to give it an opportunity to grow into something. But you are hesitant. I'm not going to lie. Initially, you are a little bit hesitant. Looking out for red flags and stuff. But how about we just like chill on the flags? Okay. Not to be oblivious. I'm not asking anybody to be oblivious. I'm asking people to be cognitive and aware that we're also human as well. So the red flag stuff, I mean, if a person wants to work on it, great. If they don't, ain't shit you can do about it. So that's, I mean, knowing that it's a red flag, that's all you get. You know that it's a red flag. So you're going to work on some stuff first half. Second half, it will pick up. But I think you're still questioning it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's long term or long lasting. Yeah, it struggles to make it past May of the following year. I think I want to say sort of like start of June, it feels like you're starting afresh again. In terms of romance and stuff. So that's why I say what I say, beautiful. Because I know your tolerance isn't where it used to be as well. And that's what the next person that comes in is faced with dealing with, basically. But somebody will come in August, September times, and then you guys try and figure it out and something happens by around about May, June of 2025 with that situation. Okay. What's the advice then for our girl Shay on this one? Oh, dang. Okay. Okay. You've made compromises in the past, so remain positive about that. Then I don't want it. Oh, girl. Yeah, you've made compromises in the past. Remain positive about that and look for the right signs of a yes. And when that yes moment comes, communicate very clearly about what it is that you need. Because the person that comes in, basically, they're not going to be perfect. Nobody is. And I think that that's what you guys navigate through. That's what I was speaking about, like the May situation, the May, June situation. It's almost like that's where you guys come across a significant testing of the relationship to decide what you guys want to do from there. in order to move forward. But yeah, you do get a yes, I guess, a person that warrants you giving them a yes. And they come in latter part of the year next year. Okay. You guys ride it, I guess, for a good few months and figure it out. Yeah. I hope that was useful for you. Let me know if you've got any further questions on anything, beautiful, because I think you were asking how many questions you got. And we can unpack it. And then get back to the free list and navigate said space. Oh, you're funny. Then I don't want it. Okay, well, should I just let Leo go or see where it goes? Okay. How do you see things playing out with the Leo? If she lets it, grow. How do you see things panning out? Is that a little bit of a situationship at the minute with the Leo? Answer me that question, my love, because one of the things that they're showing me is that they're sometimes not really sort of taking on the responsibility. Question number 2. Kind of, I was getting to know him. Okay. So one of, I guess, the question that I asked was, how are things likely to kind of play out with the Leo? And they're showing me that, again, it just feels like being weighed down by lack of clarity, not necessarily sort of like knowing what to do with the situation. And that just kind of continues to be a thing. I know you guys are getting to know each other at the minute. I don't know if you like what you got once you do kind of get to know what you know, if that makes sense. So basically, even as you get to know him, it almost feels like you question whether or not he's the right fit for you. And that continues to be a thing. I'm not gonna lie, it continues to be a thing. And then it kind of like keeps you guys in this place of confusion. Okay. Talk to me then, guys. What do you see happening if she were to let Mr. Leo go? Okay. Okay. Well, if you were to sort of like let him go, one of the things that they're showing me on the situation is that pretty much it would open door for third party situations for somebody else to sort of come back into the mix. And because you're navigating through some indecision, it can make it very complicated, very, very complicated. Okay. Sorry, I had to see what both timelines look like, just to sort of like, get a full picture. So, guys, stay or leave? What do you advise? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah. So if you basically like let him go, I guess he gets picked up fairly quickly. That's probably the best way that I can put that. Sorry, my hair smells really nice after the wash today. I use really nice smelling hair products, so sorry, that threw me. I forgot that I was on camera. But what I'm seeing with the situation for Mr. Leo is that you guys are still sort of like navigating, I guess, through a little bit of a honeymoon situation. They're saying it's not necessarily worth a separation as such just yet because it's not really locked in like that. You know, you guys are still getting to know each other. And soon enough, you'll kind of decide definitively whether it is for you. Just keep an open mind at the minute, they said on this one with Mr. Leo. But I do think that, I don't know what it is. What is it that you're waiting for him to sort of like do or show you? Because I'm seeing that, you know, there's even moving forward and giving him a chance, it's still very confusing. So what is it that he needs to do to kind of make you feel full on like you're committing to the situation? I think that's the thing that you probably need to clarify as well. What does he need to do? But yeah. I believe you. I believe you, beautiful. This is why I spoke to you about the trust issues thing, because that's why you're like this, actually. That's why you're like this. It's because of the trust issues, and it actually keeps you looping on cycles of indecision. And then you're constantly looking for red flags. So it's kind of like something that you do as a coping mechanism to avoid getting hurt, but instead you create problems. And don't get me wrong, there are problems that are probably likely there. But yeah, I don't know at all. Like, I like him. I just don't know. I know. Girl, at least you know yourself, okay? That's a good start. I think it continues to be a little bit like indecisive because you're not really clear on what it is that you're actually looking for. I know you want a relationship, but I think you want a particular type of feeling in a relationship. I don't think he provides that. But I think that how can I put it? He's an addition, like he's growth on some of the previous relationship experiences that you've had. So it's a step in the right direction. It's just you've got to ultimately make up your mind on that situation. Yeah, they said keep an open mind, you know, because there's still so much for him to show you, I guess, of himself. But yeah, the things that I said, the trust issue and the self-sabotage by like looking for problems basically with people so that you can pretty much run. That's another thing. You have running tendencies as well. So those are three things that you might want to really sort of like look at: the trust issues, running tendencies. That was the third one. And the second one, the self-sabotage. So then it can validate the need to run. It's a cycle that you sort of like perpetually keep yourself on, which is why the relationships actually sort of manifest in the way that they do, and the partners that you choose are who they are. Actually, if you work on those three things, I think you'll get better quality coming into your orbit as well, that are probably more likely and probable to commit to you. Because you're then no longer scared of the commitment and how it must be, how can I put it? I don't know how you pick up on this, but you're right. Well, we're here to do a read. Like, obviously, I have to tell you because, and the reason why I'm even finding myself getting emotional, right? Because with this situation, this is something that you perpetually do that keeps you away from the very thing that you want. That's why I'm getting emotional about it, because it's like a soul cry. It's like an inside soul cry. You want this committed, long-term, monogamous situation, but it's it's also something that you're scared of at the same time. You're scared of it at the same time, and that battle, that internal conflicts that you're going through, um, face it, face it. Um, yeah, face it. Like, I'm literally, my eyes are singing at the minute because, like, I want to cry, like, feeling it, because it is a whole state of confusion in your soul. Let go of the fear that you're going to be hurt. So what if you get hurt? Shit, you'll pick yourself up and you throw your human at another human again. Okay? That's what happens. Talk yourself through rationalizing some of these fears, because you're kind of holding yourself back from what it is that you actually want, and you're projecting your fear out there as you're casting, you're manifesting. So the types of people that you're bringing in really aren't going to give you what it is that you want. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Do you think Reiki healing would help? I think it would. I think you still have to do some work, because I do Reiki myself. And there's bare times I've like cleaned up my mom's hard drive and I'm like, look, girl, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. If you do get tempted to do that, don't. Because obviously when you get Reiki, you clean up these spirits basically that causes blockages in your chakra system. And sometimes it causes blockages through your meridian channels, which prohibits your manifesting ability, because the energy is tight and you've got tension in all these places and all of that stuff. I think that the Reiki would help, but the three things that I mentioned, you have to stop looping on feeding spirits of self-sabotage, okay? Fear of abandonment. You have to stop feeding that spirit of abandonment, who's basically, it's feeding off of you through your fear of it. Fear has basically created an opening. It's kind of created a vortex basically, for abandonment to kind of like feed off you perpetually, speaking on a soul level. Because these are all different spirits, emotional beings or creatures or whatever, but they're spirits essentially. Then the other thing that I sort of mentioned, it was the self-sabotage, it was the self-sabotage, the looking for red flags with the self. Well, girl, we're trying to like get you a long-lasting love for 2024, girl. I'm serious. These are some of the things that you can, because when you ask me a very specific question, the way in which my mind works, because I'm a problem solver, I'm going to look at the reasons as to why the problems that you're experiencing now are present. And they are prevalent because of these factors. If you can, obviously, the person who's doing your Reiki is going to be able to like remove a lot of these blockages that you're navigating through. But the moment you get back into contract with these said spirits, you will cause said blockages all over again. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying to you, work on your self-sabotage. You do deserve to be loved. You don't have to be scared of anybody leaving, because, you know, that's why you actually have gotten into this habit of running before they leave you. You will manifest the right partner who wants to be around, who doesn't have these types of ailments, but you've got to work through some of you stuff first. And the trust issues is the first thing you want to work on. because it's the reason why you have a fear of abandonment, and it's also the reason why you then look for red flags, again, self-sabotage, to validate your reasoning for running. Okay. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you. I feel like I just lifted your skirt, girl. My bad. But this was good. Okay. This was good. And I do hope that that was useful for you, because I think that there was a lot of valid information in there that will really help for this person coming in at the latter part of next year for you. Okay. Dang, girl. Right. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Because you paid for 3 questions, and I know people are kind of like waiting for an opportunity to go. So I'm just going to ask before I kind of get into, I think it was Svetlana. Svetlana, are you still here? Well, how does the Leo feel because I was self-sabotaging? Okay, that's your last question. Good last question, actually. Good last question. You're basically setting him up for your run. Good, Svetlana. Good to know that you're still here, my love. I'm going to get back to you after this, and then we're going to go and dive into everything that you was asking as well, right? Okay, so how does Leo feel about our girl Shay? Because we didn't actually look into that. How does he feel about Shay? Okay, he feels like there's still a lack of closure. So he feels like there's still more to get to know, learn, and understand. But interestingly enough, he feels like you've basically casted him out in the cold a little bit. And you've created these like self-imposed restrictions, and he's not really sure what to do with it. I didn't run, but I did almost push him. Yeah, girl, I could tell. Okay, because he's clear. This be you, okay, and he is on the outside of all these swords. This be him thinking, oh my God, how do I get in here to get her? She's imprisoned herself away from me. So I think for the most part, he's just kind of pondering on what it is that he actually needs what it is that he needs to do to kind of get your energy out of this like distance that you guys seem to be navigating, because he can feel the emotional distance. He can feel that you've like pulled back emotionally, and he can feel that it's been intentional as well. So I think his thing is, okay, he's feeling a little bit stuck, like he doesn't actually even know what to do with the situation. It's like, are we not? Are we? Like, what are we? Where are we? What do I do with this situation? And because you guys aren't officially anything per se, it's a little bit of a limbo for him to be in as well. Because it's like, do I pursue this and really like go hard, you know? Let's see though. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, so he's now put his wall up as well. Okay, this is going to be a shit show. Sorry. Let me see. I'm going to put some cards. Because now he has a fear of being hurt, basically, with the way that the situation is, right? So he's become a little bit like self-preserving as well, so he doesn't want to like invest as much as like he was very open initially, right? He was very open initially, but I think now he's a little bit cautious. So he's picked up on some of your energy, and that's what I mean, like be mindful how you project it out there. So he's sort of self-protecting now as well. Yeah, because he doesn't know what's kind of like what to do in this space. Okay. Let yourself be open, my love. A couple of things, because I've got it here twice. I've got Nine of Swords here in both decks, which talks to me about severe anxiety, severe depression, sleepless nights, just worrying. I'm not sure to turn it around or what, because it was my doing. That's precisely it. So this is a beautiful thing because it was your doing, it was your energy, which meant that you set the tone of the temperature between you guys, and now the temperature's cold, babe. Brr, it's cold in here. Okay, I was literally just gonna like do a whole skit from Bring It On to show my age. But yeah, brr, it's cold in here. Okay, both of you guys are reflecting cold energy towards each other because you initially were a little bit standoffish. Okay, and he didn't know how to process that. So now he's a little bit reserved. But it is going to sort of like, it's going to take a minute. Okay, it's going to take a minute to be able to kind of like get all the way clear. This is probably why we have that timeline of the second quarter of the year, because I think you guys kind of like go through this little dance for a little bit as well. Because there's lots of pondering on situations, but the communication could be better. Basically, you guys do a lot of like assumptive conversation. So without actually even speaking to each other, you guys would assume that this is the actual situation, and then you guys have just decided that that's what it is, and there's no actual confirming that with the other person. But it's just been a conscious agreement that that's definitely what the situation is. This is what's happened, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Was that him you were talking about? In what sense? In what sense? Was that him I was talking about initially? Because we've only just, yeah, he tells me not to assume. Well, yeah. It's a bad habit, babe. No. Oh, in the love reading. So I hadn't necessarily dived too deeply into Mr. Leo in terms of his feelings on the situation until now. But I think where there wasn't anything serious coming up on the cards until the latter part of next year, this may be the dynamic of you guys kind of navigating through some of your kinks in getting to know each other, right? Like, again, like him just kind of like learning about your tendency to be a little bit assumptive on certain things, and you learning that he's open until he's not, and he doesn't have the capacity to remain open whilst he's dealing with energy that is basically projected at him, waiting for him to fuck up, basically, so that you are justified to leave. Yeah, it goes, there's a positive, I guess. Like he's not gonna stay in this, I guess, stuck energy for long. He's not gonna stay in like reserve self-preservation mode for long. So you do get a little bit of a Wheel of Fortune moment where things actually kind of like move, I guess. And there's some positive favor over your experience and over the right romantic dynamic that you guys are having. But you have to maintain openness, my love, because there's things that you say that you want, and the moment you start to get it, you start to question it. That's a you thing, definitely not a him thing. You've got to own that, and you've got to work on being open to receiving. One of the things that I do when I'm practicing being open to receiving is allowing for compliments to land. No ifs, buts, maybes. If I get a compliment, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. That's it. Because how a person takes compliments is very telling of how they are with receiving, actually. Like, and that's receiving anything that includes blessings from God. Okay, so whilst you're out here praying, we don't want you blocking your blessings by doing perpetual harm to the very blessing that God is trying to bring into your life. Okay, it's going to kind of have a positive turnaround, but that's going to take some proper time. It's going to feel a little bit like slow mover. Springtime is where it starts to feel like you guys are like actually moving past the getting to know each other's phase. Yeah, and I think potentially he may be if he's still around and you haven't pushed his ass out, he might be around for this April development that I was speaking about to answer your question. Yeah. But you gotta work on some of these things that we spoke about. And if he's putting it out there and telling you, you can work on these things. And I want to put this out to like everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know who's still here, but if we're getting like feedback from the people who have to experience us outside of ourselves, like let's just take a minute, right? And just think, okay, is there any truth in that? Okay, maybe I should work on that, because a lot of the times we're so busy like talking about this person, how they hurt us and what they did here and what they did and this, where we lose sight of our lessons and what we're actually here to do, because we're so busy focusing on what other people aren't doing in their own classes. That has nothing to do with us. That is strictly between them and God. Okay. He has given feedback and it's truthful. Yeah, basically. Yeah. And these, if you work on these things, it would make you a better match for him as well. That's why I'm sort of like presenting some of these things to you, because he's not really into some of the little toxic behaviors, I guess, that has been perpetual for you before. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be direct with you. You don't need to assume anything. Be open to me and I can give you the same sort of energy as reciprocity. The moment you shut down, I don't really know what to do with that, because I'm not your man. So I can't really push the situation, or we're not really like full on together, but we're still getting to know each other. So I'm supposed to do something. I just don't know what the expectation is that I'm supposed to do in this space, type thing. Right? That part. So you can clean this up though. You can clean this up. This is all just about communicating through some of the things that you've learned in this space, okay, and some of the things that you're going to be working on moving forward. He's not, lol. I just wanted to see if it could be serious, but right now I've got to work through this. Yeah, that part. You can fix it, because a lot of this is like him mirroring your energy, but he doesn't really want to, because this isn't really how he engages in relationships, to be fair. And he has the potential to be better than this as well, so that's a good start. Okay, I hope that was useful for you though, my love. There was a lot in there, a lot. We cleaned that right up. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to Svetlana's question as well, because she already put it out there. Oh, well, I'm glad that it was eye-opening for you, beautiful, because, it's easy to get like feedback from people who are around you, that are seeing you, and then like dismiss it because they're around you, and it's like, oh, well, you're just saying that because you're this, or you're mad at that, or I have no, there's nothing in it for me. I'm literally here to kind of like give you what it is that you need in terms of like the cold hard facts, in terms of what you're looking to manifest. And I don't say anything to be hurtful. I'm never trying to like upset anybody. I'm really just here to be like, what, you want to manifest that? Right. You got to work on this. Clean that up. You got the shit in the bag. That part. Basically, but no, thank you, my love. I appreciate you. Let's dive into it as well, Svetlana. We are going to go and see. I need some sugar. Okay, beautiful. My bad. Sorry, Ash, because I think you're after Svetlana on you. So let me copy that and pop that in the chat. I'm going to help myself to a little sweet in the meantime as well. Okay, because my sugar levels are getting low and it is 1:30 a.m. We're going to be here a minute. Okay. Right, Svetlana. Let me know if you're still here as well, my love. Because I'm going to go into your reading next. And then this is a free list that we've got. We've got Svetlana, Ash, Belina, Firefly, Sammy, Smara, Queen Minya, and Empress. Okay. Right. Svetlana, all good, beautiful. Sorry, Tatiana, you were actually first on the list. You missed again. But stick around, you might be able to. I haven't seen Queen Minya and Empress for a minute, so you might be able to pick up on one of their slots. Okay. Right, guys, it's 1:30, so I'm going to be like, I'm trying to get through as quickly as I can. No offense to y'all, but I'm trying to get into my bed tonight. Yeah, Tatiana, you were actually the first on the list, and then on the free list, and then we had Ari, Sun Empress. Yeah, well, stick around. The other two that aren't here, you might be able to get either of their slots. So yeah, we're good. Let's see. Let's go back to Svetlana's question as well. Oh, we've closed out the donation list as well. Okay, I know you're navigating through quite a bit of stuff as well. It's because I've got so many on the free list as well to go back through. It's a little bit of a challenge. I'm already going to be here for a good, let's see. After Svetlana, I've got 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 on the list, potentially at least 6. Yeah, or 7. We'll see. Yeah, so it's a little bit touch and go. Okay. I'm going to try and come back into the space for you guys. Early Jan though. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you want to do, I'll tell you what, okay, if you want to do a donation and send me your question, I'll do a private little video for you and I'll send it over. Okay? Because I know there's like a lot there to be unpacked with some of the stuff you got. It's just I'm trying to sort of like wrap up within the next few hours. Well, next 2 hours if I can. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Let's see. What kind of man do you see as Svetlana's next relationship? I do still do Reiki, my love. I do. Email me. Email me. I think my details are on the message me on. Yeah. Message. There you go. Exactly that. Message me on. It's actually on my IG. All the stuff should be on my YouTube channel. So either check out the website or I call it Shadow Healing Reiki because I really am doing exorcisms. For me, that's when I did my initiation. That's what I learned that Reiki actually is, and it's actually what Jesus used to do, Prophet Isa. used to do when he used to remove demons from people. So yeah, you're good. I'm like, it's one of my things. Oh, question, advice on career. Okay, Valina, I'm gonna start that and we shall come back to that. Definitely. Okay. The kind of man for Svetlana, what kind of man will be Svetlana's next relationship, guys? Let's talk about it. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Svetlana, are you here? Beautiful. I don't know if you're actually here. I did sort of like call for you a while ago, but I don't know if you were like, oh my God. Because after Shay's question 1, then there was question 2, and then there was question 3. Good, beautiful. So a couple of things that I'm seeing about future hubby. So one of the things that is going to be a little bit frustrating for you sometimes, I'm just going to get straight into it. He has a tendency to spend impulsively, and you guys kind of butt heads on that aspect of situations, but he does business himself. So he's a businessman, he's into business, he generally does his own business stuff, so he doesn't necessarily feel the need to talk to you about certain things, and that's one of the areas that you guys kind of like butt heads a little bit, but it's not a bad thing. I mean, there's worse problems out there to have. Another thing that I saw with the situation as well is that sometimes because of his work situation, he may not always have the time for you that you would like, and that's something that you navigate. The disappointments are real, and that's a part of what sometimes leave you confused. You question whether or not they really have feelings for you, if they really love you, if you guys really feel the same way that you feel about each other, if he feels the same way that you feel about him. Basically, you question that a lot, because of the fact that he's so busy, constantly working, and it puts you in a position where you feel neglected sometimes, basically. He's also very opinionated, great communicator because of the fact that he's very opinionated. And you guys kind of like share a certain level of enthusiasm on your passion projects as well. One of the things that he is passionate about is kind of like environmental stuff, like environmental projects. So that's where you guys are able to kind of like come together and make certain plans and figure out certain things. And I think, again, that's where he has to manage his enthusiasm, because he can be impulsive, again, with his tendency to buy and shop and invest, if you will. So yeah, that's a situation for you guys. But you guys, like, overall, you get on pretty well in terms of your communication, even when you guys aren't necessarily happy with each other's decisions as well. Communication's pretty good, even in defensive energy, which can be a bit challenging sometimes, because when people feel like they're already on a defense, it can be very, very like opponent sort of like energy. But you guys seem to be focused on the goal at hand. You guys handle situations pretty maturely together. And you guys are both all about like the progression and discovering what else you can do differently in these types of situations as well. I think I don't know how you feel about somebody with children, Svetlana, but I think that they may have 2 children themselves. coming into the space with you. So I don't know how you feel about that as well. But that's some of the things that I guess these are some of the areas that you guys might navigate through some tensions, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, these are some of the areas that you might navigate some tensions. Yeah. What else do you want her to know about future hubby? Next relationship guy. How do you feel about guys with like kids? Just a question. Hi, Psych Medic. There isn't I've already, so the list is already made. But if anybody isn't here for their reading, you may be able to get their slot. We're actually about to kind of continue solely on the free list at the minute so that we can wrap it up and finish up for the night, or should I say the morning, because it's almost 2 a.m. But yes, another thing with the situation with this person, I guess, coming in is that they themselves kind of are bored with having to, I don't like guys, children. I got that sense as well, because these are some of the things that may be a little bit of some challenges in the situation, but he's such a lovely guy that it becomes a little bit of a compromise, if you will, basically, that happens with the situation. Sorry, that's my ring light. I don't know why that just happened. Oh, didn't realize that this comes off. Okay. Sorry. I'm learning new stuff over here. It's insightful. But yeah, I think they also get bored themselves as well with kind of like constantly basically being on defense mode, constantly being sort of like, trying to keep their walls up, and they just wanted to kind of have a safe place. And that's what they kind of identified in the dynamics with you. That's why I asked about the kids situation as well, because that was one of their, maybe I can say fears. Sort of like going back into the dating scene and being back out into the world and stuff like that. But at the same time, what they were in really wasn't working either. So they were willing to, throw it away and get back out here in these streets. You guys spend some time, I guess, getting to learn about what security looks like for both of you guys, because I think it looks different to both of you guys. I think for him, his sense of security is basically just being able to kind of be in a certain position within his business, and everything else stems from that. Whereas for you, it's more a case of a certain sort of family or companionship, I guess, that feels like home for you. So I guess these are some of the things that you guys are going to navigate through and speak about, but it comes with its own challenges. I think the kids thing is a little bit of a challenge for you to navigate. That's why I asked about it, because I see that area is one of the areas that you guys will be challenged significantly with the situation. But yeah. What is the advice then, guys, for our girl Smara? Sorry, Svetlana, dealing with the situation. I don't know why I said Smara there. I think I was wondering if Smara is actually still in the room. You still here, Smara? Because I know, like, she must be gone to bed by now as well. because if it's almost 2 over here, I think Greece is like an hour ahead, maybe 2, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry. Yeah, 2 hours ahead because it's 3:45. Smart definitely is gone to bed. Ain't no coffee in the building. Is it going to be a long-term relationship? You guys will be together for a while. It depends on like some of the factors when it comes to the kids, whether or not you actually. Okay. Yeah, well, exactly. There you go. That just answered your own question. That just answered your own question, my love. I think you guys will be together for a while, but ultimately, the dynamics with his children is something that is like a big struggle for you in navigating the space. But it had, outside of that factor, you guys together actually have the potential to last a good couple of years, maybe 2-3 years. Basically, because of how relationship classes go, 3 years, you kind of like, if you can survive the third year, with the partner, then you can survive up to year 5. If you can figure out how to navigate year 5, you get to make it to year 7. If you can make it to year 7, then you can do year 10. That's how these things work. And each time the relationship gets either strengthened or depleted by the testing phases. Okay, but I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. For all intents and purposes, for whatever it's worth, I do hope it was useful for you. Right, Ash, hold that thought as well, beautiful. I am going to, because I think Ash is next as well. She's going to come on. I am going to go to the loo and get myself together. Make sure I got my chocolate and my stuff. I know, beautiful. I know, I thought you out there. Who do we still have in the room, BTW? Just so that I know, because this is the list now. We have Ash, Belina, Firefly, Sammy, Smurra. All 3 of these I don't think are going to be here. Smurra, because it's after 3, almost 4 o'clock in Greece. And Queen Minya, haven't seen in a minute. And Empress, I haven't seen since we started again. So, yeah. I know Valina's here. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to enjoy my chocolate. That part. Okay. That part indeed. Okay, Firefly is here. Valina, I saw their question recently as well. I think I started, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Yeah, start their question. No, they're here after Ash. Sammy, I know Ash can call Sammy to come back into the space. So then Tatiana's looking out for a free slot. Okay. So you might be able to get one of the 3. You might be able to get Smurra's slot, because Smurra is based in Greece and it's almost 4 o'clock in Greece. So I know she's sleeping. And then Queen Minya and Valina. I know that Valina is your cousin as well. Ash. So we should, in theory, be able to kind of like move things along, I'm guessing. I guess so. From what I can see there, Kay, we might be okay. Go on, Kay. Go on. If you don't mind, however, I'm gonna finish up until these guys who've been waiting for 4 hours, because I already told them that the donation list was finished a while ago. Damn, third eye's feeling heavy. Yeah, so if you allow me to get Ash, Valina, and Firefly out the way. I don't know if Sammy's here. I haven't seen Sammy in a minute. Then, yeah. Because the other guys I know aren't going to be here. Tatiana sort of like sorry, beautiful, you did miss a slot. So by the logistics of I guess, the politics of this all, I'd be okay, I guess, to do Ash, the ones who've been waiting for a minute, basically, because the donation list is technically closed. Oh, BTW guys, this is my brother's. Sorry, I'm like trying to. This is my brother's brand, Philaday. This was my Christmas gift, y'all. Am I rocking it? I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm actually gonna go and take a little break quickly. I'm gonna nip to the loo. Yeah. Okay, guys. Oh, let me. Third eye's feeling heavy, Ash. I wonder what that's about. We'll talk about it. Hold that thought. And get ready to come in on the back because I know that you want to do your question live. Hey, y'all. Sorry, I had my mic muted. Let's get Ash on the stage. Hey, beautiful. How are you doing? Can you hear me, Ash?
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Hey, how's it going, beautiful?
A lot has been going on.
Tell me about it. It's been quite the end of the year, right?
And my
It's been a
third
big thing.
eye started feeling heavy like since yesterday. I
Mm-hmm.
noticed it's kind of feeling like pressure
Mm-hmm.
right where it is. It's feeling heavy. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So here's what happened. Last time we
Mm-hmm.
spoke, I told you
Mm-hmm.
about the Leo. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I told you that he did not message or call me for my birthday. And
Mm-hmm.
I did get upset about it.
Yeah.
But he did say happy belated the next day, right? Because he
Yeah.
said he wasn't on his phone whole day. But I know he got triggered,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the reason why he took so long to message, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he knowing that I'm not really talking to him much, he decided to message me last week, Monday,
Mm-hmm.
asking me to do some work for him and he will pay me for it, right? That's what he said.
Yeah.
He wanted 4 chopping boards done with um basically he wanted it personalized with people's surnames on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, cool. He only sent 3 of the names, and I
Mm.
went up the road. I got the names printed and stuff like that, and I proceeded to um burn the chopping board. Mind you, I did have to order the chopping boards, and
Yeah.
due to the fact that it was last minute, the joiner wanted to charge me 100 for
Mm.
each, and I told
Mm.
him I had to beat down the price to get it at the 75, right? So
Mm.
I did that. I got the chopping boards. The joiner came the next day. He dropped it off. Soon in the morning, I started work on it. Because
Mm.
I knew I had to go to my cousin's house Friday. She had a birthday
Mm.
party this Saturday, so I would have had to help her decorate and whatever, right?
Okay.
I
Yeah.
told Sean that
Mm-hmm.
um he wanted it before Christmas. I told him, I said, I'll try and get it done before Friday, right? Because I
Yeah.
didn't go into details as to what was going on. I just said I'll try and get it done before the Friday, which I did.
Mm.
I got the 3 chopping boards done, and I did one for him as a Christmas gift, right?
Mm.
His one was way bigger. Um,
Yeah.
the fourth name he did not send until last minute. I couldn't get that one done because the cyber cafe was closed, so I couldn't get that one done. Um,
Yeah.
so he said he would take the 4 boards still, um, unless I wanted the fourth board to do something with it. So I said no, I'll keep the fourth board. But I didn't tell him I was actually doing a gift for him. I said
Yeah.
I'll keep the fourth board, and I'll give you the tree. So he's like, all right, cool. He asked me,
Yeah.
I think Wednesday, how much everything came up to, right? I
Mm.
told him $400. He said, all right,
Yeah.
cool, no problem. He told me that he would come and collect it the Thursday. He did not come and collect anything Thursday. He did not come and collect anything Friday. He came Saturday to
Mm-hmm.
collect it, right?
Yeah.
I did not even get to go by my cousin's house because not only he had to collect stuff, one of my friends had to collect stuff as well, and
Yeah.
she sent parents to collect it Saturday as well. So,
Mm.
you know, it was a whole sort of thing. I didn't even get to go to the party. I had to stay home.
Oh.
So he came over. When he
Mm.
came over, he said he if it was okay for him to collect the boards and he would pay for it the next day, right?
Mm.
Because he
Mm.
was staying at his grandma
Yeah.
and he had to go over to his parents' house to get the money. I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. So he collected the boards, he limed with me, we committed some sin,
Yeah.
and he he got his gift, he opened it, you know.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
I tried to open up to him. We communicated, everything was going good,
Yeah.
and until the end where to all the excitement, Mr. Man was very excited
Yeah.
while committing sin. He got
Yeah.
scared about that, what happened there. And
Okay.
he was like, if you need anything, let me know. I will try and get it for you. You know what I'm talking about. I can't really go into details, but
Yeah.
you should
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I figured. I figured.
Yeah, so I'm like, no, we don't have to worry about that, right?
Yeah.
So he said, am I sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. He said he doesn't want that responsibility, whatever. I was like, yeah, I'm sure, I'm sure. You
Yeah.
know, Sunday came about. He did not show up to pay me, and he blocked me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, but I don't understand what went wrong, right? I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. And mind you, while he was here, he was on the phone with some woman. he said that that was his mom that he was calling to tell her that he was going to get the money, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. But the thing is, he blocked me so I can get paid. And I still had to pay
Okay.
the joiner. So when Sunday came about, I realized, okay, what was going on?
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I waited, and he did not even unblock me.
Yeah.
So what I did was I searched up his dad. I got the number, less than 5 minutes. I even got his address. I was like, either I'll go to his house or I called his dad. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
I'll just call his dad and explain what went on, right? I called his dad. I told him, I said, here, what? I identified myself. I told him, I said I made these chopping boards. I would bring them. Your son agreed to pay for it. The Sunday he did not show up. In fact, he blocked me. So I don't know what's going on with him. He's like, well, of course he couldn't believe what he heard because he couldn't
Yeah.
believe his son would do something like that. And then he
Yeah.
was like, he's like, don't worry, right? I will I will organize the money and I will send it for you this evening. I'm like, all right, cool. He said he will handle it. I say, you still want me to send the pictures of the work that I did so you'll know? He's like, no, you don't need to. I was like, all right, cool. No problem. Well, around 3, they tried to call me, but I fell asleep and I woke up. And when I woke up, I saw my phone because I normally have my phone on silent. I saw my phone lighting up and then I saw the missed call. So I
Yeah.
called him back right after.
Yeah.
Actually, his dad called first and then he called 2 times. So I called him back after. I didn't call back his dad. He talked normal. He was like, he would drop the money later and he wanted to know how I got his father's number.
How did you
He
get his
wanted to
dad's
know
number?
who. I actually searched it up. I actually searched up his sister. His sister had his father's company
Okay.
advertised, and that's how I got it. But I didn't tell him
Okay.
that. I didn't want to go into all that because then he wanted to know how I know his sister. And I was like, So
Yeah.
anyway, I think I was probably a detective in my past life, to be honest.
Girl, I believe you.
So because anything I need to know, it comes to me like in no time. I told you it took me
Yeah.
like less than 5 minutes to get his address and the number. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I told him, I said, it doesn't matter how I got your dad's number. Well, he got more mad. Here, man. He said, do not ever call my father again. And in my mind, I'm like, why would I call your dad, though? I mean, seriously. Unless you don't plan to pee me, then
That
But
part. Okay. Do not ever try not run me my check because daddy will be called. Okay.
I think he think that I was probably easy to fool and stuff like that. But boy, was he in for a treat today because he realized he can't mess with me. Not when
That
I am
part.
getting played. No. Don't mess with me. I mean, you can mess with me somehow. I'll play along. But when it comes to money, no. Don't mess with my money. So I'm like,
That
so I'm
part.
like,
That part.
I'm like, all right, fine. Well, this evening came around. He was taking long. I called him to find out where he was. He was like,
Yeah.
I'm on my way. He's still working. I was like, all right, cool. He came. He dropped the stuff. He didn't even watch me.
No.
He was so angry. He didn't even.
Yeah.
He didn't even watch me, right? So I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, cool. You know.
Mm.
So I don't know. He's angry. He's like really, really angry.
Yeah. It's funny how people put themselves in situations and then get mad at people for the stuff that they do to themselves. But okay, so what's the question? What do you want me to unpack in this space with all that chaos? He's funny.
I don't even know where to start. I mean, honestly, I have no idea where to start with this question, to be honest.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. What do you want to know
Um,
presently?
I think more so I wanted to know what really happened Saturday to change everything? Why did he even block me to begin with without paying? I mean, even if he didn't have the money, he could have just said, "Well, I don't have the money right now." I would have understand. But why tell me that you'll pay me and then block me? And I thought everything was okay between us. I mean, to a point, you know. But I don't
Maybe
know
he
what
felt he
went
paid
wrong.
you in D, girl. I'm gonna put some cards. I'm gonna put some cards. No, honestly, what you said about the money situation, that is really more or less, I get the undertone of the situation. And it's not necessarily that he didn't have the money per se. It's just, even though he made that agreement with you, he may have had money available, but that's not necessarily what he wanted to do with his money there and then in that space. So we're going to unpack it a little bit to get a little bit more context on it. Why the sudden shift on Saturday with our girl
But
Ash?
I really want to know as well,
Mm-hmm.
is he seeing someone else though?
Okay, why'd you ask that?
Because I don't know. I mean, I did some pick a cards and it keeps saying third party, so I'm like, am I, is
In
he
a third
seeing
party
someone else?
situation that I don't know about, because guys have a
Yeah,
tendency of
yeah,
doing that.
so I'm like, is it really a third party or am I just imagining things or whatever? But here's the
Yeah,
weirdest thing. He did have on two undies, and I'm like, that is weird. Why would you do that?
that is weird. um, okay,
And I'm like,
so
and then I'm more skeptical. I'm like, okay, is he coming to
naturally,
meet me and then going to meet someone else after?
naturally. But it's funny because even if you have the two underwears, why would you sort of like, I guess, wear both? I think that's where it gets a little bit interesting for the most part. What they're showing me on the situation, right, in terms of why um, the money factor is definitely a factor to the situation as far as like why things shifted on Saturday. One of the things they're showing me with that situation was a major arcana, a major situation for him. There was a little bit of fear, I guess, about you sort of like demanding, right? What he didn't have in that moment. Did he pay you the money after the facts? Has he paid you since?
Yeah, he came a little while ago to pay me.
Mm, mm.
After I called his dad,
I was about
he
to
came
say,
a little while to pay me. And
mm.
he was angry. Remember, I told you he was angry. He didn't
Yeah,
even
because his
watch me.
dad.
He
Yeah,
handed the
yes,
money, and I still gave him some little things to eat and drink and stuff. I just normally give him stuff when he comes over. And he took
mm,
it and he just sped off.
mm,
That was
mm,
it. I'm
mm.
like, and you could see the anger that he had on his face. It was like clear as day. So I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, well, he's angry because obviously dad got called and stuff like that. But the reality is dad got called because he didn't handle his business and he was about to be respectfully, he was about to be an asshole about it. Because even if he wasn't going to pay, he didn't have to block you to not pay you. So there's really nothing for him to be mad about. That, in all honesty, that's a little bit narcissistic. And I can speak on that because a lot of the times I have to speak to some of the narcissists around me about managing their narcissistic traits and tendencies. Um, he wasn't the victim in the situation you were, and to make you out to basically, you know, be the villain now because you basically kind of went and demanded what was rightfully yours, there's nothing for him to really be mad about, but he is. He is. I guess he feels like he's mad about what he's mad about, which is calling the dad, but he calls it on himself. So it's not really a question, in all honesty, babe. He's just being unreasonable. I don't know what else to tell you. It's not really a question. He's just being unreasonable. You called his dad because he wasn't communicating, and that's how he's used to, in all honesty, babe, that's how he's used to treating you, and he expected you to put up with said standards um, without any argument or fireback, which isn't really the case because he knows to expect fireback from you, which is why he blocked you in the first place, because he knew to expect some sort of fireback. Yeah. I think your next question was a third party situation. Let's unpack that with the situation. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure his feelings probably feel hurt or whatever, because it's like, oh, you know, got my dad thinking I'm this type of guy, but it's not got your dad thinking anything. That's who you showed up as. That's who he showed up as. He showed up as that guy in your relationship dynamic with that situation. When I say in your relationship dynamic, I mean, he was around, you guys were like even shared moments of intimacy, and he still didn't actually like speak up then to let it be known, look, I don't have the money, but I'm likely to get some money here. And this is when the situation's going to. Did you give him the stuff on Saturday? Did he take the stuff on Saturday? And then
Yes,
said,
he took the stuff on Saturday. He took it. I gave
okay,
him it
yeah,
Saturday and he took it because he
yeah,
assured
yeah,
me that he would pay Sunday morning. He even
yeah,
messaged when he reached home to say that he would bring
yeah,
and whatever Sunday when he was coming. So I'm like, all right, cool,
yeah.
no problem. He never showed up. And he did, I
Okay,
noticed he blocked me like around close to the evening time. That's when I
yeah,
got blocked.
okay. Coming up to like basically Sunday morning, practically. Okay. What was in intentions in blocking Ash? Sorry, I have to like unpack this and then go into the third party question that you're asking about. What was his intentions in blocking Ash? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Okay. Really? Okay. So what I can see as far as his intentions with the blocking situation, that was more of a, I guess, a conflict avoidance. Like I said, the money situation, he didn't have it there and then. He didn't have it for you on the Sunday either. I actually think he got the money from dad to actually sort out this situation, which is why he's irritated with you. Because I don't know that he was intending on paying you, and that's me being completely honest with you. Um, I believe his intentions was to basically let some time go past, hope that you get past it, hope that you get over it, and then he can just come back into the space and say nice things. I don't know how else to put it. I think he kind of just thought that he would be able to navigate the space with his charm, for lack of a better way of putting it. And if you hadn't necessarily called his dad, I don't know, you would have gotten your money, babe. I'm just gonna keep it true with you. I don't know, you would have gotten the money. I don't think the money, when you said to me about him coming to give the money, they already sort of like put across that it wasn't his money. The money that you received was money from his dad. the money that touched hands, that touched your hands, was money from his dad. That was where that money situation sort of like came from. So yeah.
Yeah,
It,
I had a feeling. I had a feeling it was his father's money, to be honest.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
dad did tell me that he would sort things out and send the money for me.
yeah.
He
Well, that's
asked
why
me how
he's pissed off.
much was owed.
That's why he's pissed off, because obviously um he didn't have the money, and if anything, it made him look bad in his dad's eyes, because his dad's like, why are you taking the things if you ain't got the money? Why are you doing that? Like, obviously, his moral compass is skewed, and his dad was holding him accountable. So, much like a little kid, obviously, he took that out on yourself, because it's like, oh, well, he's the reason why my dad's upset with me. No, your dad's upset with you because of your skewed moral compass. That's why dad's upset with you. But
I
yeah,
have no regrets calling his dad though,
no,
because
you
I
shouldn't.
mean,
You
yeah,
shouldn't.
because
You wouldn't have your
not
money
not just
otherwise.
yeah, well, not just because of the money. Because honestly, I was going to let it be. I was
Yeah,
going to let the situation
yeah,
be. I'm being
yeah,
honest. I was
yeah,
gonna, because I had
yeah,
a feeling he wouldn't have the money to pay because he is
yeah,
going to
yeah,
school and
yeah,
he is also working with his dad.
yeah,
But then I'm
yeah,
like, no, you blocked me, right? The thing is, I was being nice to you. I even gave you a gift for Christmas and you
yeah,
blocked me
yeah,
Sunday.
yeah.
And because he blocked me, I'm like, you're not gonna do this again.
Hmm.
Nope, nope, nope. And that's
Wow.
how I end up doing what I did. And I'm glad I did it because I don't want him to be doing these kind of things to other people. He needs
No,
to learn
no.
and grow up
That's
and be
precisely it. And I
accountable
think
for his actions. I mean,
that's
play stupid
exactly it.
games, win stupid prizes, right?
That part, okay? That part. Because his dad laid into him. His dad did lay into him, I'm not gonna lie. So that's why he felt some type of way. He came like with his tail between his legs, kind of like coming to give you his dad's money. It didn't feel like a nice situation for him, but he created this storm himself because of the way that he chose to handle the situation. So it's just something that he's gonna have to deal with in terms of, yes, you did call his dad because he wasn't calling you and had no intention to. And you guys had already had a conversation, and he could have very simply said in the midst of the conversation, I don't have it. Or shit, like if he wanted you to buy these gifts because he doesn't have any money to buy it or pay for these gifts, and he wanted to look a certain part to these people, because that's what that was as well. Let's be very clear on that. Um, he could have given you the opportunity to make that decision for yourself rather than trying to use you. I love the way how God was like, no, that's not what we're doing today.
Yeah, I got that though. I got that. I realized that he was trying to impress these people with these gifts because
Yeah.
he asked me to do it. He wanted something simple and then he messaged back and said, no, no, I want you to like fancy it up and real fix it up
Mhm,
nice. I'm like, I
mhm,
already do fancy stuff. I don't do anything
mhm,
simple. That's just me. And he was like,
mhm.
all right, cool, nice. And then he came, he collected it. He loved what he saw. You know
Yeah.
damn well I do good work. Now you just decide to like not pay me and then block me as well. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the blocking was like an extra little, jab, but I guess he's learning his lesson now. Don't play with Ash. Shit.
Exactly. Do not play with me.
Exactly that. Beautiful. Let's have a look at the third party situation. Oh, my chocolate just fell. Guys. Oh, it was still in the wrapper. Good. 5 second rule. Don't judge me. Okay. So let's have a look at the third party situation, guys. What's the sitch with a third party? Is there somebody else involved romantically? We're not speaking about anything else in terms of third party unless it's romantically with Ash and Sean, right?
Yeah, his name is Sean.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, I guess you guys are going to be going through a little bit of a rest period. His ego's a little bit bruised. So that's what they're sort of like showing. Was prior to now, because they're saying this rest period is obviously a result of everything that's kind of like navigating, or everything you guys are navigating now. Prior to now, was there a third party situation? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Put that into perspective for me. Because see, that was somatics, because technically it's like, oh, technically you guys aren't necessarily in a situation right now. I'd say that's how it's kind of like being spun, the story. So I can't ask about a third party situation right now. That's what I'm asking about previously, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. From what I can say, not necessarily a third party situation, no. I sense that he is basically love bombing other females. I'm not gonna lie. He says slick shit. Because he's quite the charmer, and he actually likes a little bit of attention as well. He likes his ego being stroked a bit. But I don't see an actual like situation as such that's there, but he does, how can I put it? He is at a path of indecision because he's not fully emotionally available to yourself, or just yourself, I should say. Yeah, he's not romantically involved with anyone, but he does flirt, and he's got a couple of people. There's like 3 people, including yourself, that he's speaking to at the minute, romantically speaking. The other 2, I don't think that there's intimacy involved. I think he kind of once friend zoned him a bit because of some of his qualities, and she's still trying to suss him out. The other one is engaging with him, but she's not sure if she trusts him either. So, yeah, and he's just love bombing,
Okay.
basically. Saying nice things, but I don't think that I don't think he's in a relationship with either of these 2 females per se. He's just flirting, I guess, and love bombing, because that's just a habit. It's more of a habit for him than anything else, actually. It's the way that he's learned to be able to continue to get his ego stroke, and he enjoys getting his ego stroked. So it's just something that he does.
Yeah.
So
I actually realized that though. I picked up that he likes those things. I picked up that a while. I even tried to hint it to him though. Saturday when he came, I
yeah,
tried to hint it to him
yeah.
for him in a technical way so he could pick up that I know how he moves and operates and stuff like that. So that's what I was trying to figure out. Did I say or do something to trigger him to
Mm,
block me Sunday? It
mm.
was it because I did something or I said something while he
No,
was
it was just
here.
the money. It was just the money
Okay.
thing. It was the money thing. It really was.
Oh,
You
okay.
didn't do anything per se. So basically, he didn't have any money when he came to you in the first place, my love.
Yeah, I
Coming to
realized.
you,
I realized.
yeah, coming to you was like the easiest way for him to be able to manifest those gifts and have it seem like it was something that was meaningful and well thought out. But in fact, it was the only way that he was going to manifest those gifts. which is sad because then his dad ended up paying for the gifts, which technically isn't really a gift from him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Um,
that has me wondering who these gifts was for though.
girl. Okay,
Who
because
he
he was
trying to
literally
impress
doing
with
it
these
like
expensive?
impressing
Yeah, who he trying to impress with these expensive gifts? Is basically the question.
that
Yeah.
part. Okay, that part. But he really was just trying to sort of like, you didn't do anything. He came in having ill intentions, to be honest with you. It was dirty to begin with. The intention was dusty and dirty to begin with. And he was playing very foul, actually. So the calling his dad thing was just him reaping his karma because of him coming into this space literally and moving with the spirit of manipulation. God was like, no, we're not doing that today. We're not doing that today. So that
Exactly.
was almost like instant karma playing itself out for him because it unraveled itself fairly quickly. Um, and yeah, hopefully he does actually learn to manage other people's feelings a little bit better than that, because he could have just had a conversation with you and you would have done what you could and helped out and he could have paid you back when he had the money. But yeah, he didn't want to
That
do
is
that.
true. I would have worked something out with him, you know?
Yeah, exactly
But
that. And I
he
know, I
chose
know. I
he
think that that's
chose
why.
yeah, I would have, you know?
Yeah,
And even the
yeah.
joiner, to be honest, the joiner had told me, leave it.
Mm,
I mean, seeing that it was my friend, he said, leave it,
mm,
don't bother with it, count it as
mm,
a loss. And I'm like, no, he needs to learn a lesson.
mm.
I can't have him treating me like that though. I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
gave him one of the chopping boards as a gift. If it's
Yes.
how nice I did it, it was really nice. And I
Yeah,
even
I can imagine.
burnt both sides,
Yeah,
you know? And
yeah,
he just took me for granted basically, and
yeah,
then blocked me.
yeah.
After I did that, no, you don't treat people like that. That's
That
one of the
part,
lessons I wanted to teach him. Don't
that
treat
part.
people like that. Because I am nice to him. I sure he would not find someone
Mm,
as giving and as caring as he came across when it came to
yeah,
me. He won't
yeah,
get that from other people, and he should learn
yeah.
that. But then the way he's moving, well, his loss, right?
Can he
Completely his
appreciate it
loss.
though? I think that's the thing. Can he appreciate it? Because I think that that was the thing that kind of like allowed for the instant karma. Sorry, I'm picking up the thing as well. I think that was the thing that allowed for the instant karma. I think that's where God was just like, no, you're playing now. Now you're just playing and you're playing too much. Like it's not a game. So yeah, the fact that he like went into it straight off the bat and had certain intentions. And God already, I guess, saw his heart on the situation. God was like, no, not my child, not today. We're just going to clean this up straight away. And that's what happened. And it's unfortunate that his dad had to get involved, but he did that. He caused it. Um, he'll be mad for a little bit, but he'll be back. So I don't know. What do you
Wait,
feel about the
come back.
situation? Yeah, it's kind of something that he does. Like every so often, like he'll leave space. So his tactic is to leave space for enough time to pass for like any hurt feelings to basically dissipate, and then he sort of comes back to only missing and reminiscing, and that's generally how he sort of like plays the game, to be honest.
Hmm, that's nice. Because the next lesson he's gonna learn is be a tough one. Boo.
Wow, that part. I guess he's gonna have to wake up to
No,
that
because I know
realization.
you had told me, I know
Mhm,
you had mentioned to me in one of the readings that I did have like at least 11
mhm,
months again to deal with this situation with him, right? Which would
mhm.
probably carry me along to next year, sometime around
Yeah,
June or something. So
yeah.
I am fully aware that I still need to teach him, but I will teach him his lessons though. I'm going to make
Oh, I
sure
see.
that he learns his lesson.
Oh,
Yep,
I see,
especially
girl.
that
I see.
ego. That thing, no, because I picked up on what he
Yeah.
does, as you
Yeah.
mentioned. I picked up on all of those things, and I said, you know
Mm.
what? I need to like really, because obviously we have some karma to play out, right? He
Yes.
needs to
Yeah.
learn his lessons. Apparently, he ain't
Yeah.
learning that from the other people. So I'm like, all right,
Mm.
fine. I'll be the teacher, and I will teach him.
Ash is
Because
like,
today
I
was
will sign
one.
you up for this class. I will sign you up for
Yeah,
that class.
that's so. No, today was one of the lessons he had to learn. Let him come
Yeah.
back. He will
Yeah.
know the lessons that he will be getting. Yes, he will be learning those lessons. I ain't going back down so easy. Obviously, send me and him together to teach each other. Well, fine. I learned my lessons from him, so he has to learn from me. So I had to be a
Girl,
real strict teacher now. For real. I
that
ain't gonna play
part.
this time.
Okay, he's gonna live and learn, I guess.
He
He's
will
definitely
have
gonna
to
live and
learn.
learn. And I guess you guys still have some playing out of stuff to do, but yeah, I think he's gonna take a minute to come down off the dad situation. I'm not gonna lie. Um, he's a little bit heated on that one. He feels a little bit spicy. I don't know why he's telling the story like this in his mind though, because what else were you supposed to do? I don't know what he thinks. But yeah, it is what it is at this point.
I know. Eh,
He's funny.
I'm glad he'll still be back though, because I can't wait to teach him those lessons. Seriously.
Wow. I get he is no, he is coming back. I think so one of the things with the situation with you, like you said, he won't necessarily find anybody that is as like invested and as like caring for his situation. So that's one of the things that actually does allow for him to sort of come back in this space. But it's like whether or not he's actually going to appreciate that and, make use of it, or if he's just gonna let it again slip through his fingers. But I guess you keep me posted, girl, and let me know how it goes.
I will. But one more thing
That
before I
part.
leave. Concerning,
Yes.
actually, two more things. One thing
Yeah.
is he did mention to me up till last Saturday, he did mention
Hmm.
to me that he has a dark side, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he does not trust people,
Yeah.
and he basically tried to tell me that he treats people badly. So I'm assuming that's one of the lessons I need to teach him.
Okay.
One of the
Yeah.
lessons that he needs to learn is
Yeah.
he needs to treat people better than that, especially those who actually care about him. You know, not
Yeah.
the kind of people I see as his friends that he claims as his friends. Like I told him about that before, but he doesn't listen. So I'm like, I realize he doesn't like to be told what to do or whatever. So I have to find another way
Mm.
to like teach that lesson. Also,
Yeah.
my second question, well, not really
Mhm.
a question, but um,
Mhm.
as I said, I noticed the third eye is kind of heavy since
Mhm.
yesterday, so I'm not sure if it has to do something with this situation or I don't know why it's still feeling heavy right now though. But yeah.
See you on Saturday, Shay. Sorry, Shay did book her Reiki. I'll see you on Saturday, Shay. What I'd say to you on that situation is because all the king lies, okay, that he's told, and your third eye is working overtime, like you said, Miss Investigator. Okay, your third eye be out here working overtime in spirit, like, nah, what is it? And you're literally like clarifying some of the distortions, the lies, the deception that he's kind of created in the narratives that he's told about the story. And this has been good for you as well, actually, in terms of like developing your little cognizance, which is a spiritual knowing. So it's been really good for you in terms of developing that skill set as well. So your clairvoyance is also sort of like, I guess, speaking or trying to give you the visuals on the situation. So this is all right. He triggers
Oh, I
some stuff.
now
What was you saying? Sorry, go on.
remembered something new last night. Sorry for keeping you all back so
Yeah,
long.
no,
Eh?
you're
I do
good. You're good. You're
apologize.
good.
I'm telling you
You're
upfront.
good.
um, I'll be quick with this one. I now
Mm,
remembered I had a
mm,
dream of him last night though, and I was speaking to his dad. This is before I even called his dad, right? I met with his family and I was
yeah.
speaking with his dad. And when he saw
Okay.
that, he got angry and he passed me straight in the dream. In the dream, he just passed me straight. When I went to talk to him, he just passed me straight. So I'm like, I'm wondering if that was like a sign as of what would have happened today. Because I was kind of
It was
contemplating, should I call his dad or not? And then I was like, frick it, I'm gonna call his dad. And yeah.
it was it was an unconscious so a lot of the times what I love about like being in the sleeping state, you get like a lot of your daily assignments for that day. A lot of the times they might manifest as dreams. You'll see like other people that you're going to be interacting with that day. It's like precognition, basically. It's a clear knowing because your body already has all of these files, and it kind of plays itself out. So that was you unconsciously already playing out what's going to be happening in the day. And like you said, when he did come and kind of like drop off the money, and you even sort of like exchanged some stuff and gave him some stuff, and he still was just like shut down about it and was just like drove off, and that was a physical manifestation of said dream. We have all this, like all of like every single moment that plays out is already sort of like in us consciously, and it just kind of like slowly, depending on what we're willing to see, it will sort of show up. But that was some clear cognizance, actually. That's what that clear is called, clear knowing. It's a spiritual sense, the clairs. But that would be your spiritual sense of knowing, actually. A lot of the things that are going on based on what you know from the ethers, because you're picking up and sensing what's going on in spirit realm, basically. You see, like how you were talking about like his character, as far as like some of the friends that he's around and all of these types of things. This is like your clear senses, your spiritual senses picking up on a lot of these things, because this is the unspoken stuff that you can see and observe in his orbit, I guess, when you're in his presence. But yeah, I guess he's also doing his part in your space as well, girl. He's triggering some of your spiritual senses into activation. So shit. Kudos to y'all for sitting. Kudos to you for sitting your class and for signing him up to some more classes for the future.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Sorry everyone for all back.
You're good, beautiful. You're good. This was a nice little chat, actually. It was a nice little chat. No, but keep me posted on that situation because he will be back. And I'm gonna tell you that when he does come back, obviously, I know that he's gonna be in for a rude awakening as well, because obviously there are certain changes, I guess, that he would have to adjust to. Those are the new standards as well. But keep me posted
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
will.
Keep me
I will.
posted.
I will. You know I will.
That part, okay,
Thank you very
girl.
much. Enjoy your night. Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you, girl.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, Melina. Oh, I don't know if you're still here, Melina. Are you still here? Maybe, maybe not. Advice on career. That was your thing. So Valina's the next person on the list. Then we have Firefly. Then we have Sammy. And then, like I said, I know Smara, Queen Minya, and Empress is not here. But who do we have here? Let's start there. Who we got? So we can rework the list if we need to as well, and just work with that. Valina, my love, are you still here? Kay was here like all of 30 minutes. Oh, Firefly Magic. That's what's up. I see you. That's how you do that. Firefly Magic is still here. You're actually next after Valina. If Valina isn't necessarily here, Firefly, do you want to put your question out there? If anything, I'll star it if Valina shows herself or confirms that she's here as well. I'm gonna, yeah, type your question. Ash, Valina is Ash's cousin. So if you can grab Valina, because I don't see them in the chat or anything, grab Valina. I don't know if, okay. Okay. That's what we'll do. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So. Oh, okay. Firefly. Sorry, Valina, if you are here, I do have your question starred. It's pointless me doing a reading whilst you're not here because the back and forth is actually how we're able to unpack. So, yeah. Firefly, let's go and unpack your stuff, shall we? In the meantime, in between time. Okay. Right. So, what's coming in love for Firefly Magic? What do you see, guys? Talk to me. Oh, it's been a little bit of a tricky one for you. they're giving you a rest. How has love been for you, Firefly? They said you're navigating through a resting period at the minute. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, no, girl, I get that. Okay. That's what they're showing me. Oh my days. So a few things. Do you have a situation at the minute that you're walking away from or have recently walked away from? Answer me that firstly. Keep meeting emotionally closed off people. I can imagine, because one of the things that I keep seeing is that you keep having to walk away because technically the door is closed. Okay, there's no capacity for you in there and you keep having to walk away. Recently separated from an Aries last month. Okay. There's something that's going on with your solar plexus and this manifesting the emotionally unavailable. So we're going to unpack that a little bit. Talk to me about this, guys. What's going on with the solar plexus in the romance space for Firefly? I still think of him there. Yeah, well, that's why I want to be able to. So what's going on with you is that whatever is going on in here, you haven't digested some stuff. Shit, sorry, I was like doing that and I was opening my chakra. I was like, oh, snap, let me close that back. Oh, that's funny. And he still got me on his contact list. Okay. I had to ask a question about the past situation because that situation was like a lot bit stormy. But it had to do as well with the manifesting around it. Nice person, I want to say, as far as like the guy that you kind of like manifested in. Nice person. I don't know if it was the right timing. Talk to me about what's going on with the solar plexus in romance. Thank you. Okay. So you're on the path, right, of navigating through releasing. Yeah, I believe you. Because they're showing me that you're kind of like on the path of releasing some like past pains and grievances and relationships, which is why, yeah, see, this is the thing. Good guy, wrong timing, which is why I think that it's manifesting in the level of chaos that it is for you. Valina, are you back? Sorry, I sense Valina's presence, but I'm not sure if she's actually here. question, Valina. Are you here? Because I was going to do your reading, but you weren't around, so I didn't want to, especially because it's about advice and stuff. Who do we have in the chat? Like, can you give me like a wave or a hey or a heart, something in the chat, just so I know who's here? Firefly, because you are still sort of like navigating through, yes, releasing big pain, okay, from 2 years ago. He'd been trying to get me back, but I cut him off. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll tell you what, girl. Cutting him off is good in the physical, but you need to cut his ass off in the spirit. So a lot of the times, basically, when people are still like holding on to your energy, relationships are basically still emotionally invested, undigested. It causes a lot of this in your now. Okay, let me hold it up. It causes a lot of storm. It causes a lot of chaos. You deal with a lot of tornado energy. Tornado energy is basically taking you from one location or from one destiny to the next very quickly, but it's very chaotic. Very chaotic. And a lot of the times we're like, oh my God, why is it like this? Well, because you actually wasn't necessarily sort of like completely free, or you didn't finish up what you had going on. Okay, so what you do with that, cord cutting, have some telepathic communication with him as well, and let him know, like, look, bruh, it's over, period. It ain't never coming back. I need you to let my energy go so that I can make room for somebody who deserves to have me. It's the least that you can do. You claim to love me. Technically, it's infatuation, and control, but we'll call it love for the sake of that's what they think that love is. So we'll call it that because that's what they're identifying it as. Yeah, that's the Taurus. Yeah, sounds very much like Taurus energy. Very, very, very. Okay. Very controlling. And things kind of like has to be on his terms, but I think that would kind of like help. But let's unpack a little bit more of this situation, right? Yeah, it is infatuation. I wouldn't call it love. I would call it infatuation. And this happens a lot of the times as well, where again, because we don't give men a lot of the times the freedom to be able to feel what they feel, they confuse infatuation a lot of the times with love. That's why you'll hear men say, oh, after I had sex with her, basically, that was it. Like, I realized that she wasn't the one for me because they were never in love with her. They were infatuated, and it was, other factors basically that was the motivation for wanting to be with that person. Hey, Naga. I'm actually just sort of like finishing up. I was looking for Valina. I know that Samara's not here, but it's almost 3:00, so I am going to sign out of the space, to be honest with you. I've switched off my heat and everything because the girl's like, yeah, I need to go to bed. Not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. But nobody's here as well, actually. I think nobody actually sort of like said that they were here when I was asking like who's here, put a chat or a hi in the chat. Only realized my value after breakup. Then he got obsessed trying to come back. Okay, so guilt is basically the spirit. Okay, this is what you do then, right? When you go to like have those telepathic communications with him, you address the spirit of guilt that has him in captive, because technically he probably actually isn't really that interested in you, and he'll probably do the same shit to you again, whatever it is that he did that made you leave in the first place. But your leaving basically flourished a guilty conscience, and he's living in the like midst of the chaos of that guilt, and he can't basically like take the responsibility of pretty much messing up a situation that he caused. So yeah, that's something that you want to sort of like clean up when you go and you have a conversation with him. Like really address all of the factors to the situation though, because I'm telling you, if you leave anything out, you'll find yourself like looping on cycles where he just continues to be out there like a leech, lashing onto your energy as well. So yeah. Sorry, I'm not giving you all the tea. But we want to sort of like find a little bit of, because that's the thing, like you're manifesting, you're moving away from how you have previously manifested, right? And I could see that some of this stuff was like, for lack of a better way of putting it, it's like external spirits attaching themselves to your solar plexus, basically latching on leeches. This would be like people like him who need to kind of like accept the part that they've played in their own life, right? And the experiences that has played out as far as the decisions that they've made. What do we see moving forward then for our girl Firefly Magic? What do we see in the romance space? Okay. Oh, you got battles ahead. You're gonna have to fight for this like thing that you're building as well. You're gonna have to fight for this thing that you're building. I also see that outside of just the fight that you've got going on, there's a lineage battle here as well. So not your mum or your mum's mum, but your mum's mum's mum, some of her relationship karma is also plaguing your relationship dynamics as well. So you might want to get a little bit more insight, I guess, if you want to. Yeah. This isn't even just your shit, babe. This is ancestral karma too. So yeah, if you can get a little bit of understanding of relationships for her and what that was like, it will give you a little bit more of an understanding as well of some of the stuff that you need to clean up, I guess, basically. So certain behaviors, one of the things that she struggled with was a tendency to be a little bit argumentative in her relationship dynamics, and that was something that would put her partners off. So it can be a little bit challenging, I guess, for yourself in navigating through some of these things. So your best bet to like cause that type of spirit not to affect you. So again, oh, this is about to be so complicated, but I'm going to explain this to sort of like put it into perspective. When our ancestors die, their work kind of continues because there are certain wishes or hopes or desires that they have, certain dreams that they have, basically, but they don't get to see those dreams manifest in their lifetime, but the dream continues. It's like an echo in the universe, and we are manifestations of said echo. So we continue to live in hopes that we may be able to manifest said dreams, right? Because we would be there 2.0, they're 3.0, therefore at this point you would be not mums, not grandmas, great grandmas, so you would be her 4.0, right, version, still trying to manifest some of the things that she was manifesting in her lifetime. So as you're kind of like cleaning up some of this stuff in your own space, you'll find that again on the lineage hard drive, some of her own things are prohibiting your present dynamics that you're trying to navigate through. So one thing that I'd recommend you work at, if you're not any good at conflict resolution, work your butt off, because that was where she continued to fail in relationships. Conflict resolution was a very difficult class. She struggled to overcome it because she was more focused on being right than actually resolving the problem. So you might want to work on that tendency if that's something that you also possess. in terms of your relationship dynamics, because it's going to be the thing that kind of gets you into, all right, so who you are will get you into the relationship, but it's the thing that will kind of like keep you on the outside of actually fully experiencing relationships in the way that you want to be able to experience relationships, because it's beyond you. Basically, it's a shadow that isn't necessarily yours, but it's a shadow that you're plagued with because it's a generational that why I've been meeting men who think they're right. Yeah. And you have to find the right balance with that type of situation as well, because if you feel like they're not right, that's cool. Perfect opportunity. The next time you find one who is out here trying to prove his rightness, say, ha ha, this is my opportunity for conflict resolution 101. And dive into it, girl. Okay. And do your best to unpack it the best you can, because that's the thing. It's not yours, but it is great grandma's karma, basically kind of playing itself out, because you want what she's been wanted, but she wasn't able to manifest it in the way that she fully wanted it as well. So that's why. But get a little bit more insight into kind of like what relationships has been like prior to your situation, just so that you can understand some of the things that really are actually plaguing you as well. So yeah, that's funny. It's funny. When they do show up, just let them know, yeah, you've been in conflict resolution class, you've signed up consciously, you're here. What is it? What's the problem? What are they certain that they are right about? Because y'all need to talk about it to come to a resolve. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You are really actually walking away from some of like the stormy situations that you've manifested previously, though. This person that you're kind of, hold on, let's see. Show me. When's the new person? Okay, fine. Oh, one card. That's funny. When do you see a new person sort of like coming in to this space for Firefly? I know she's working on that. Look, she says she's going to work on it. She already sees all the men coming in so she can sit the classes, you know, she's willing to work. So when do you see a new partner coming in? That is a high likelihood. Okay. No, I want a timeline. I don't want to play with you guys. We're not doing the whole riddle stuff. Just give me a timeline on this situation. Okay. So recently separated Aries, he intends to come back when timing is right. So this is, yeah, you'll get, that was literally what I was about to get to. They were about to say that they were basically just clarifying to me. Sorry, girl. They were just clarifying to me there isn't anyone new coming in per se, because you're going to be going through a reconsideration situation. So Aries is going to be coming back. I was trying to get a timeline for you, girl, but they're just out here like, damn, they ain't like trying to, free up. Okay, it's going to be pretty much within the next few weeks, because it's showing me less than, they finally gave me a timeline, girl. They finally gave me a timeline, which means it's in a matter of weeks, basically, because they're showing me that it's less than the next few months. But I think you guys are basically still going to be in some communication to some degree before things actually are able to pick back up. Because again, like I said, because you guys were still in the getting to know each other stage, he didn't necessarily know potentially like, what to do with where you guys kind of are, or how to navigate it per se, because you can't go all in because you guys aren't there yet. And he doesn't want to seem overzealous, but at the same time as well, he can't just leave things as it is because it's clearly unsettled and unfinished. So he'll be back potentially, I want to say before springtime. Before springtime, potentially. Potentially, yeah, just at the end of winter, potentially, because I think right now he's still thinking whether or not and sort of left it hanging. Yeah, because what does he do? He's like, what do I do? Somebody help me. So yeah, it's one of those types of situations, but you guys will figure it out, I guess, when he comes back to figure it out. So you're going to be navigating through reconsiderations, closing out the end of winter. Well, that's good. That's good. You guys will be able to sort of figure it out from there, I guess. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, though, my love, because there was some stuff in there. Okay, where do we have these cards? Oh, do it right. Hey, my love. We're actually sort of signing off now. I was checking to see from the original list, who have we got in the actual chat? Because I may actually be looking to sign off, depending. Hi. Hi, do it right. I think I've got a few people. I guess that's here, but dang, guys. It's like after 3 in. I gotta go sleep. Who do we have though? I just finished up reading for Firefly. Did Valina come back? Valina, are you here? Do we have... That's okay, beautiful. Tatiana, you're back. Mama, you are back. Okay. Valina isn't here. There were a few people that was before you, if anything, my love. So I'm just trying to figure out who were on the list and what we will be doing. Okay. No, that's okay. I haven't called on you yet, Tatiana, because we're like literally trying to figure out who is actually here. Do It Right's just got here and is like almost trying to back me into a corner. You're good. Oh, I've taken all my time, girl. Okay, so Valina's not here, Sammy's not here, Smara's not here. Who do we have here? We've got Tatiana, we've got Do It Right Vlogs, who's here. Who else do we have in this space? Because I'm seeing a few people that are here, I think, but I don't know if there's anybody else waiting to get a reading. But Tatiana, do you want to put your question out there? And then if anything, I'll pick that up and we'll kind of like, I guess, start off this phase with yourself. Oh, is that your question? Okay. Why am I so unproductive and nervous and indifferent when working with children? I'm Pisces Sun, Saggy Moon. Interesting. Okay. I can already see a couple of places in your psyche on this. So I'm going to put some cards and then we're going to sort of like properly unpack it. I'm just curious, should I leave this job or maybe I just need to balance myself spiritually and continue to work? You need to balance yourself spiritually, my love. So with the unproductive and being nervous, it's not that you're unproductive because you're actually pretty productive. If anything, what you're speaking about when you speak about the unproductiveness is like the spirit of procrastination, and procrastination only sort of like is really more or less a symptom. It's a side effect basically of unconscious fears. So with you talking about the nervousness is actually the cause of the unproductivity. Does that make sense? So this is like an emotional tie, if you will. So the nervousness, which is pretty much anxiety, basically, because that's what anxiety nerves are. It's anxiety mixed with excitement at the same time. So yeah. So with the situation that you're navigating through, is that you're a little bit anxious, I guess, in terms of like what the situation is going to require of you, basically. I just feel too empty. So work with kids every day. There is nothing to share. Oh, nothing inside. Oh, we don't want that for you, girl. What's it gonna take for you to get some stuff going on the inside? That procrastination can be quite heavy, actually, to carry. Yeah. No, I hear you. But what, seriously, like, what is it that we got to do to get some of this stuff like percolating on the inside, for real, for real? Because, we only get one shot at life, at least like in a physical form. And like, don't get me wrong, 2023 humans are like laughable because I laugh about it all the time. But this is actually a really nice timeline to be alive on in comparison to some of like the older timelines and some of the future timelines, because they come with their own challenges as well. Okay, so we're going to go and unpack it a little bit. Okay. What do you guys think about Tatiana working with kids? Let's start there. Okay. What do you guys think about Tatiana working with the kids? Yeah, give me feedback. Thank you. Okay. Girl, they said you moody. They said you moody. I feel the person needs to have their inner resources to teach kids. It's important in every area. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. It's interesting because they're saying that the moody situation actually is, I know, well, this is what they were just trying to explain to me. The moody situation tends to show up when they basically like detour what it is that you're sort of like trying to do. You know how kids are. They love to test a boundary. Oh my God, is that a boundary? Does it move? That's kids. This was a boundary. This is said boundary that they are testing. That's how they are. Yeah. So one of the things that they were showing me was that the moodiness tends to sort of like, that's a little bit about what that is. The moodiness comes in when it's like really intensely volatile, like when the kids are just a lot. And I get you on that, beautiful. I get you 100%. Okay. Because that's exactly what they like. That's exactly what they like. Their little demons actually get off on you getting a reaction. Their little demons are like, oh my God, yes, I shake her. Seriously. It sounds messed up, but like real talk, their demons actually get to feed. I know people probably thinking, oh my God, they're kids. They haven't got yes, that is how demons actually start to develop. They attach from when we're kids and they figure out how to wire our neurology based on how we develop into adulthood. So for those of us who are very sinister, we get some of the worst demons, okay, to adulthood. They're like, oh my God, I like this one. They are nice. You know, they give me all the darkness I need to feed. Okay, so what do you guys advise a girl to do about just navigating the space with these kids? Because it's tiring, it's exhausting. So what do you guys advise? What's the advice? Thank you. Okay, they're like, okay, so be strategical with the situation is the advice. They're like, for the most part, you know, it's about the discipline and actually as well how you're able to sort of discipline them as well. You actually have more influence than you think as well with some of these kids. Some of them really don't listen to you. They really don't. They really don't. But there are some kids that you have a good connection with, and they actually are quite, how can I put it? They respect you. They respect you. They respect your opinion. They don't want you to think negatively of them. So there are kids in the space in that. But I think they're saying that in navigating through the space, it's just a case of being like methodical about how you approach certain situations when it comes to discipline, because that's what it comes down to. And as well, how you may choose to discipline, obviously, once they go home, that may very easily be unraveled as well. So that's another part of like the challenge, I guess, of the career path that you've chosen. And eventually it will lead to a regretful but necessary transition. Now isn't necessarily the time though. I think as much as you are tired and I know you're exhausted, beautiful, I think they're saying you still do have some time left in the field. Matter of years left in the field. So yeah, potentially from what I could see, potentially you've got another 3, maybe 5 years left in the field. You're still figuring out what it is that you're sort of like doing in terms of like evolving or transitioning from there if you wanted to. But I think also as much as like you're exhausted and you're tired and stuff like that, there's also some emotional attachments to some of the children that are there. And I think that may be the thing. I think you're kind of the 3-year trajectory that I initially mentioned. Those are more sort of like prayers for those connections, I guess, being answered as opposed to anything else, basically. What's the environment like with the adults in the space? Sorry. Okay. No. Dang. That was a lot. What's the space like with the adults though that you work with as well? How's that? Let me ask you that question. Oh, thank you. Okay, you're working 3rd year with kids. Oh, thank you, Do It Right. You're still here. Okay, I'm going to read for you. I did start your question, so I'll read it for you afterwards. Who else do we actually still have here? Because I don't know if some of the guys before are still here. I feel I cannot work with them anymore. Okay, so you're actually at your 3rd year timeline then. This is your 3rd year. Okay. I would say with what you're sort of like doing, it really is a case of being, again, just strategical in terms of how, oh God, 2 to 3-year-olds. Sorry. That's a challenge because I have my nephew who's 3, who comes around, and out of my other two nephews, he's the most challenging. And he triggers all my demons, girl. So I can only imagine. Because I felt your pain when you told me that you work with them. I thought to myself, oh, I only have the one, and I have him once a month for like 2 nights. But having like a bunch of them for like days on end, yeah, I don't know how much sanity I'd have left after a month. So you done good, girl. We're gonna give you a 2-finger clap because that deserves some, appreciation out here. Okay. I was trying to find the connection the whole time, but I have no energy and interest anymore. Well, I guess you're at your third year. You're at your third year because they said the third year they showed a 3-year pivot situation, and if you kind of like survive that after the 5th year, you're definitely gone. So yeah, I guess this is your pivoting. Maybe find something else as well that you can really sort of like lean into as well. Yeah. What would you like to do, beautiful? Like if you weren't working with kids, like what would be your ideal instead? Sorry, there was a spirit orb just there. To be honest, I don't have other options. Music, maybe. Okay. What do you do with the music stuff? Spiritual things. Okay. Well, I'd say, beautiful, like really sort of like figure out the path that is going to be best for you on some of the stuff that you want to do. I think what do you guys think about the music stuff? Sorry, we're gonna like dive into both a little bit and see what they sort of like recommend. What do you guys think about the music path for Tatiana? Okay. Okay. They're like, you'd have to be very careful in that sort of like space because that's definitely an adventure that can be quite impulsive. And if you're not sort of like careful with really sort of like introspectively deciding if you want to do that, you may not actually be able to commit to it. So they're like, think about that one long and hard when it comes to the music situation because it comes with its own challenges. I remember I was interested in deepening the music and creating, but I usually just sang. That was the end of it. I decided not to develop it and consciously abandon this path. Okay. That's probably why they're sort of like saying to me, like, really give it some thought as far as like the music sort of situation, because you'd have to sort of like be stealthy. This is what they were speaking about, like in terms of like the introspection, because there's a lot of things, I guess, that you would like to do in terms of the depth of what it is that you like to present in your music. So maybe really sort of like figure out if you'd be willing to sort of like commit to bringing that depth and I guess bearing your soul, if you will, right? Because that's what happens with music. Actually sort of like bearing your soul and not necessarily, I mean, surface is cool, but going beyond the surface. I think that's what the recommendation would be in that regards, if you were to sort of like revisit the music situation, because otherwise you will find yourself getting into something that really isn't actually you musically, and you'll basically find yourself in the same predicament in about 3 to 4 years when the next I guess life cycles start to develop as well. Let's have a look at the spiritual things. spiritual things, guys. How do you guys like that for our girl Tatiana in terms of career path? Talk to me. Yeah. What do you guys see with the spiritual things for Tatiana? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. They are saying that it's a case of you kind of like finding the strength to do some of the things that you hadn't necessarily sort of like done previously. Have you been on the spiritual quest before? I also thought about web design or baking cakes because I don't have to go anywhere and I can work at home. I'll tell you something actually. Coding, there's money to be made in that. Web design, there's money to be made in that. So there's room for the web designing stuff. In all honesty, I'm gonna say this to you, as far as like the music stuff, because that takes like a real deep level of commitment. That starts out being a hobby before it becomes something significant that you're able to sort of like do career-wise, right? Yeah, I was interested in spiritual issues, searching for myself, helping others. Yeah, so with the spiritual stuff, they were saying that, you know, there was lost opportunities from the past when it comes to that. And you're kind of navigating through a process when it comes to that, kind of like really redefining your strengths in that space and also working on your patience. Also working on your patience when it comes to the spiritual stuff. But yes, I wanted to help others through music, but first of all, I thought to fill myself spiritually with knowledge and good energy. Definitely. It helps to be able to attract the right people because the music, as you guys can clearly see with what's going on out here with Diddy in these streets, the music industry can be very demonic. The spirit of homosexuality has a strong hold on many aspects of the music industry. So it can be a little bit chaotic. So they are related to each other. Definitely. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like processing what was the vision on the situation, because I saw that the music aspect of the situation is kind of like an outside thing initially, and it gets incorporated into potentially what you want to do. So I see what you mean about them kind of like going hand in hand, basically. Do you have the patience? Sorry, that has to be my next question too, because that's going to be a factor with the situation and you will be tested on that. So do you have the patience? Because if you okay, so I'm not gonna lie to you, because you, how can I put it, because the things that you would be doing in terms of like career, right? In terms of job, let me not even call it career, right? Because it's really not. These are the things that you kind of like do to get by, but the career is a thing that you really do to, you know, flourish type thing. And I'm seeing that the spirituality side of things really suits you very well. It's a natural, like authentic representation of who you are. By the way, yes, I found out about the elites demonic showbiz discourage my desire to develop, okay, because they become famous because they're allowed to do so, and they are just like puppets, that part. I was very disappointed in the system of this world, girl, you and me both. I done prayed many a prayers, eyes crying till they're almost bloodshot and everything, because it really resonates so deeply within my soul, for just some of the transgressions that has taken place here. That's another reason why I stopped to develop my creative side, that part. No, and I know, and I get you on that. I get you on that, but trust me, girl, I didn't want to put anything out there on these YouTube streets because I really don't want to be the person. I don't want any to come after my ass, but I definitely have my guys working on cleaning up the music industry because my partner is an artist, and we are going to be working on some stuff to put him out next year, and I ain't got no time for the F shit. Respectfully, I've got no time. And I don't want to have to be in a cesspool of demons, basically. Like, no. And I lost my philosophy of existence after all this information. I get you on that. I honestly, beautiful, I get you on that, which is why I'm trying to clean up the industry before we get him in there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're working on a few people in cleaning up. Me and the guides in spirit is working on cleaning up a few things. I've got a few targets that I'm working at plucking out so that they are no longer. But I tell you this, what I'd say to you, don't let them ruin like your ability to be able to come forward and deliver on your calling, right? Why? Because God's doing something in this season where all the shit, again, because the devil's leash, I guess, is getting cut short. All of the stuff that, you know, a lot of these people have been able to get away with, we are no longer living in a climate, okay, where those things are normalized. People are being held accountable. So now we're living in a phase where that's no longer going to be a situation in terms of music moving forward. If you see where music is right now as well, because it's becoming so independent in essence, and that's really what God's going to be doing. God's going to be creating lots of millionaires utilizing systems like the music industry with a different format in comparison to what it is today. So if you do want to do that, there's room for it, but it initially is a bit of a hobby before it becomes a career in terms of what you're doing, in all honesty, right? And I have to make that transparent to you. With the spiritual stuff that you're doing, they both tie hand in hand. It's almost like a part of artist development, if you will. The more you do, the more you grow, the more you learn, the more you have insights to be able to actually present to people. I know you want to get out of the situation with the kids ASAP, but I think you might be doing less time there. Initially, it's a slow transitioning out, okay? Maybe bring your hours down there whilst you try and start putting some of that time, if you can afford to do so, because obviously I know, you know, we all need money. Bills don't pay for themselves, shit. You know, the rent or mortgage doesn't just decide, oh, I'll just go and pay myself, shall I? Doesn't work like that. So if you can afford to take some time away where you're not spending as much time, I guess, doing the stuff with the kids, and maybe sort of putting some of this into other creative projects that you want to be doing. That part, listen, that's why they gave us jobs, because they know that we're here, we're designed to fulfill purpose. That's the human's whole thing. It's designed for purpose, but that purpose is God's purpose. But then they give us jobs to make us feel like that's our purpose, basically. But yeah, I'd say see what you can do in terms of like maybe clawing back a few hours here and there where you can, and then putting some of that time into developing some of the stuff that you want to do musically. And honestly, Like, we're living in a whole different existence, girl. I don't even know how to tell y'all. Like, God just has to show you guys, because I've seen little snippets and I get so excited, and then I start like speaking and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's not the same as the experience of. So 2025, different dynamic. 2027, the shift happens. By 2030, a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Okay, so my suggestion to you is slowly start preparing yourself for your transition, right? With the race for money, we are moving away from ourselves, exactly that. What is required in order to control and manipulate the mass in favor of superior people. That part, girl, I'm telling you, is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But they're already here. They're already doing what they're doing. They don't have it for long. The same system that they've designed to basically keep us captive is what God is going to use to overturn them all at once. So it's not a bad thing that they've done everything that they've done. They don't know how they've set themselves up. It's fine. Okay. That's why give God some time. Give God some time. He's working on it intentionally as well. But yeah, let's see. What's the advice then for our girl Tatiana? I know we spoke about, like, you know, slowly transitioning into the other avenues, but what's the advice in navigating through the now? What is the advice for Tatiana? Clearly as you can, please, guys. Yeah. I'm not sure that I'm filled internally in terms of creativity in order to make a gradual transition. After all, I haven't done anything about it all this time. And I hear you on that. That's why I kind of like mentioned the gradual sort of like, because it hasn't been, one of the things that they highlighted to me was that there was a lot of missed opportunities, basically. And that's why I kind of like mentioned starting from where you are and prepping for where you'd like to get to. So laying the groundwork for where you'd like to get to in terms of certain things in certain situations, right? Just the patience is going to be a factor. That's why I asked about like your patience and stuff as well, because it's going to take some time. It is going to take some time. I would say, oh, I just feel I lost myself. You covered yourself. I know, do it right. Don't worry. You're still here. I got you. You covered yourself because of like internalized fears. And I'm telling you, you don't have to worry about those fears anymore, because we're not living in a world where being with a label is the only option when it comes to the music industry. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can basically relieve yourself of those things because it's not the only option anymore. So there are avenues basically that you can take, and there's room for you to be able to grow in something that you definitively want to do. But you'll have to take it as like step by step, bit by bit. It's not an overnight success either as well. And it does take a lot of time for you to build your own self-belief in terms of what it is that you're doing as well. Because with the consistency, build the confidence, and with the confidence, you'll be able to have self-assurance. Right now, it's all a little bit sketchy, and there's lots of doubts as well that's there. So you will have to kind of like move through the layers of some of those things to really be able to see what you're capable of in that space. But honestly, like I said, God's cleaning all that shit up, man. He's got no time. Like Saturn's been doing that since I want to say 2009, and before then, but really 2009, things really, that's when God's been like moving this vendetta through. And then 2018, something shifted in the process and course of that, in preparation for what was coming in 2020 and beyond. you saw we experienced COVID. God's not playing. The same system that they designed to doctrine us is the same system God's going to use to basically liberate us. And it's so awesome. Sorry, I'm going to give a 2-finger round of applause for God. Right, beautiful. Let's see, what was your advice? Let's see what they're going to say. Okay, it's not necessarily the right time. Okay, the past wasn't the right time, but presently look for the right signs because there's big happy changes ahead. Definitely big happy changes ahead. Don't let what didn't happen in the past dictate what could potentially happen for you now and moving forward. The past wasn't the right timing. The stars have aligned for a lot more blessings to come. Okay. But keep me posted on everything, beautiful, and take your time with it. Like slowly, sort of like grab some hours from here with the, the child care situation with the kids, and then slowly infuse some of your creative, artistic expression and really start to unpack that girl and get to know her all over again, because she may have a different eye, a different voice, a different hearing musically. Like she may have grown in that time as well. So give her the space to show you who she is today, or whenever you go searching for her inside. But I hope that was useful for you, my love. Right. We are going to close out the space then, I guess, with Do It Right. Okay. Who came on and said, oh, good, Tatiana. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you were able to get some stuff from it, because what we're experiencing right now isn't everything. And I'm very grateful that you took my question. That's all good, beautiful. Thank you for coming back into the space because we would have missed you again. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, Do It Right. You're the last person. You wasn't even here. Bless. Thank you. I receive it. That's me receiving my blessings. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Thank you for actually sort of like coming back into the space and actually sort of like asking the question as well. Trust me, there's genuinely, like, even with me and my guides, we're currently working on the music industry at the minute and uprooting some shit, and we ain't even the only ones. There's other agents working on the industry as well. So it's only a matter of time. Okay, so my husband Prashant loves me, or is there another lady in his life? Okay. Do It Right wants to know what's going on with Prashant. Okay. They're being methodical. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. There's temptation there. I just want to sort of like check and see if he's actually like, dabbled with said temptation. So clarify for me, guys. Put this into perspective for me. Yeah. Okay. Your trust in your relationship is going through a testing phase at the minute, beautiful. He is also being tested on how well he trusts himself as well. I can see that there is temptations there. He is basically being tempted. Has he acted upon said temptations is what I want to clarify. Has friends been encouraging in this type of behavior? Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Let me go for this. So is there a relationship outside of his marriage? Okay. Okay. What does that mean? Thank you. Okay. So, truth is, okay, hold on. Truth is, he's a bit of a flirt. Sorry, I was like getting all the clarity on the situation. His friends kind of like encourage that type of behavior from him. I don't necessarily think that he has a full-on relationship outside of the relationship with you, but I do think that he has engaged in flirting with other females, and his friends have basically kind of like encouraged that sort of dynamic. Sorry. Okay. 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 So he hasn't gone beyond basically like the flirting and the, I guess, kind of like stroking his ego in front of his friends and stuff like that. I think that that's probably the best way that I can put that. I say friends, but it's more like work colleagues and stuff like that, really, actually. Because they're like, I'm using the word very, yeah, they were like, I'm using the word very loosely in terms of like friends, because they're not actually his friends, they're more like his work colleagues, and she shared space with them and stuff like that. He is very secretive, and I think that he's very secretive because of the fact that he does have a tendency to be a little bit flirtatious, for lack of a better way of putting it. Damn, we got a whole bunch of cards come out. Let's see what is going on. Okay. What have we got here? Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in for you to see what's going on. There's a few major arcanas here. He has never expressed his love in 16 years. Dang. Dang, beautiful. How does that make you feel? I mean, that's interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna be honest with you, beautiful. I'm not feeling love. I'm feeling tolerant. I feel like he tolerates you. So I'm gonna put some cards on it. I'm just gonna be honest with you in terms of what I feel. Is there love there? What do you guys see? Okay. He more so feels like he can't necessarily move on because the situation is complicated, basically, and that's one of the things that keeps him there. But for the most part, I don't know that he's satisfied um, with you guys's connection, which is probably why he's not. You don't see him being expressive or anything like that. Is there a third party situation outright there, guys? Let's talk about that. Yeah. No third party situations. And again, they're very clear that I'm self doubting now. What are you doubting? What are you doubting? Will he ever express love for me? I'm self doubting now. I don't think that that's his natural like state. He seems to be a very stern type person. Um, I don't know if he's like the warmest when it comes to like self-expression. So if I'm honest with you, I don't necessarily see him expressing that. It's interesting because like this was one of the cards that came out for you guys and it was in reverse because he doesn't necessarily make the effort to make you feel as though you're loved in that sense, or even sometimes appreciated. So I think this is just kind of who he is and how he is in terms of how he engages with you. So I think ultimately my question back to you is if he never tells you that he loves you, are you okay to stay? I think that has to be my next question to you. What is the guidance for? Yeah, he is cold, I can tell. What is the guidance for do it right in navigating through the situation? With Prashant. Thank you. Don't ask for help from others. It's not necessarily a no. It's something that you're kind of like navigating through, trusting, I guess, the process. Look for the right signs with the situation. There's something better than what you're experiencing now with it. You guys are, I guess, figuring it out, but I don't see much change in him, to be honest with you. He seems to be very set in his ways. And as much as you would like him, I don't want to, but only for kids. Yeah, I get the sense that you guys are both sort of like committed. I wouldn't say for the wrong reasons. I wouldn't say it's a right or wrong reason. You guys are committed for the reasons that you're committed. Those reasons just aren't each other for both of you guys. Because for him as well, his commitment to you isn't because of his love for you. It's more of an obligation situation as well. And again, that's just me being honest. I would have liked to have said something else or give some other news, but that's the truth, unfortunately. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you though, beautiful. Because I know you obviously like did stick around and came into the space and you hung out with us for a little bit. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you. On that note, guys, I am going to head off to bed. Oh my God. It is almost 4 a.m., guys. Almost 4 a.m. So I'm going to head off to bed and I will probably catch you guys in the new year, I guess, at this rate, right? I'll catch you guys in the new year, guys. I'm gonna get you guys. Yeah, well, I think what I'd say to you, do it right. If you know why you're there and why you're there is a good enough reason for you, that's all that matters. Oh, Smara, I was just packing up shop. I know, I literally said to the guys, I'm like, oh, it was like 1:45. I said, that's okay, beautiful, thank you. Do you want a quick read before I go off? I was literally just about to head off. I was just packing up my cards as well. Yeah, I said to them that you're probably not going to be awake because it was like after 3 when I finally started getting back to the free list as well. Yeah, you want a question? Type your question in, beautiful. And we'll go and unpack it. Should I risk it if the job apply, or should I play safe? Okay. Oh, I don't know if I got the question, babe. Should I risk it if the job apply? Should I risk it with the job, or should I play it safe? Okay. Let's see. Let's pop it up on screen. If Smara risks it with the job situation, okay. If Smara risks it with the job situation, how do you see that playing out for her? Yeah, I apply for jobs now. Okay. 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 Clarify, what does that mean then? Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's have a little look for you, beautiful. Okay. 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 Sorry. So, a couple of things that I'm seeing with the situation is that you do kind of like go through a process of actually learning what types of jobs you actually want. I think that that's one of the things that they were showing me on the situation. That's why I was clarifying initially to begin with, because they were like, it's a teachable moment in terms of career and where you would definitively like to take it, and you trying to figure out how to be sort of stealthy about how to navigate through career prospects as well, right? Have you definitively decided maybe what it is that you want to do? Or is there like a broad spectrum in terms of like the job space in terms of what you're looking for, just so that I can clarify to you what may be a little bit of a clearer situation for you on that. But yeah, okay. If she plays it safe, then how do you see that panning out? Okay, good. If she plays it safe, how do you see that panning out for her? Thank you. Sorry, I had to go down both channels to be able to see what's probable on both and then move from there. Okay. 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 Well, if you do sort of if you decide to play it safe, you avoid a lot of conflict and stuff like that. But I think in terms of you being able to make certain accomplishments, that's where you'll feel dissatisfied with yourself. So basically, this is the situation. Going into the job, because we have to clarify both dynamics, right? Going into like the job situation, you actually kind of, I'm not gonna lie, you stay in a little bit of limbo as to whether or not like you actually really want to like commit to it. Again, it's something that you actually do overcome, because you're actually going to be looking to find the right sort of like job situation for yourself, right? And as you kind of move forward, I think sometimes you might find it, once you get into the job situation, that's why I asked you if you know what it is that you want to do just yet. You might find it a little bit difficult, basically, to kind of like that same energy that you have right now, right? As far as you knowing why you're doing what it is that you're doing, sometimes that may dwindle. And sometimes you might find yourself being unmotivated when it comes to the job situation. And in the playing it safe thing, it's a completely different dynamic where you don't speak up, you don't speak out, you avoid any sort of tension, conflict, but you also don't get the opportunity to achieve some of the things that you're actually looking for. So you have to decide for yourself which is more important to you. Are you prepared to challenge yourself in going into the job situation where you can learn a lot about how you manage yourself in certain situations, because that's really what it comes down to in that phase? Or are you prepared to play it safe and maybe potentially stagnate your growth? I think that that's what the actual situation is at the minute. Yeah. So you have to decide, I guess, what you definitively would actually like to do with the situation, and then kind of take it from there. But I think you'll actually have regrets if you perhaps don't necessarily, I think you'll have regrets if you don't do it, basically. You kind of like question and ponder and, oh, what if I did? What if I did? So just do it, get it out your system, and then figure it out from there, I guess. Because what I can see is that if you don't do it, this may actually have some consequences to your chakras. Your throat chakra is going to be affected by it, and potentially your solar plexus as well. You might start developing some blockages in those spaces. So yeah, that's what I'd say on that situation, my love. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you. Hey, Jazz. I'll tell you what, beautiful, because I am tired. for sure have regrets, but I want stability too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you don't necessarily go ahead with it, there'll be some regrets there. The stability, because you're going to sort of like go through finding, that's why I said finding the right thing for yourself, because I think the idea of it is one thing, but even as you get into it, you kind of redefine what it is that you want to do. But yeah, go and see and allow for yourself to grow, basically, is what I'd say with that. Okay, that's what I'd say. Oh no, yeah, Jazz, I've been in here for like 6 hours. I'm not going to be live until early Jan, like second week of Jan. I know, beautiful. I know. I tell you what, it's because I'm so tired now. I'm not going to be able to give you a good read, beautiful. The channels are like, they're fried. And I know that when we do speak, like, we always go sort of like in depth. I'll tell you what to do. Don't cry, girl. You good. We'll arrange something. I actually go on the website and basically book yourself in for maybe my video reading. And I'll do like a personal one. I do one-on-ones as well, guys. Just so that everybody knows as well. This is the only space that I read in. But it's because I'm so tired. I really wouldn't want to like give you a misinterpretation based on because I'm not able to hold the channels, you know. But yeah, go on the website, book in for like the thingy, and I'll be available. Yeah, I'll be available tomorrow and Saturday this week, so you can get those readings done. I'll be available for whenever it is that you book it in, mind you, because I'm busy finishing up my counseling assignment before the end of the year, so it's going to be a bit touch and go. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If I'm not in the best place to be able to receive the channel, then it becomes very distorted, and I never want to give you guys like a half-assed read. You know what I mean? Shit, I love to dive into everything. But yeah. I understand. To be well rested. I'm going to check it out now. Yeah, just go on the website, beautiful. I'm available tomorrow and Saturday because I'm going to be finishing up my assignment then. So I'll make myself available for whenever. And me and you can sit in a private little space. We'll basically book in for like a Google Hangouts or something. Or Skype, WhatsApp, whatever you prefer. And then me and you can sit into the space and actually like dive into what you want to unpack. Okay, beautiful. And we can do all of that. Yeah, exactly. Then you get like your personal space to be able to unpack it, and I'll give you your private time, you know? And we'll do that instead. Yeah, check it out on the website. The website's on. So if you go to my YouTube channel, my website should be there, and then you can go and pick what you need, and you pick according to your time, and I'll make myself available for you. Okay. For now, I'm gonna shut down all the channels. The guides are gonna go to their respective places. That's me kicking out all the spirits. But no, it has been real tonight, guys. We did a whole 6-hour shift, you know. Thank you, Ajaz. I'm looking forward to, I guess, touching base with you either tomorrow or Saturday, and we can pick it up and really unpack it, you know, really unpack it in a private little space as well, where you ain't even got to put all your stuff on Front Street. That part as well. So yeah. All good, guys. Now that I'm all packed up, I will see you guys later. Let's sign out. That part.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
All right, guys. I will catch you guys on the flip side. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you guys for stopping in and hanging out with me. I'll see you guys in the new year. God bless. Namaste.